Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. Today is Monday, August 21st, 2023. I would ask the clerk to call the opening roll.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston.
Here.
Amir Faroki, Byron Amos. Here. Jason Dozier. Present. Liliana Bakhtiari. Here. Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was set out ahead of time. If there are no changes to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. We do not have an invocation speaker today, but I would, before a brief moment of silence, I would offer colleagues an opportunity to highlight anyone who should be honored. Councilmember Lewis.
I want to highlight my wife's, Ashley Lewis's aunt, Celestine Butler Brown, who we lost at Piedmont Hospital on Saturday night.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman and Councilmember Boone, for sharing this information with us. I would like to first make sure that we're taking a moment's silence for the Honorable Councilmember Jim Maddox. You know, he passed, and I want to announce his services, but I do know that last week we all gave kind words about him and his service, because he was the longest serving servant in the city of Atlanta's history, with 32 years here on council. And we just want to make sure that we would give him his due here on City Council. When I first came on City Council, no, actually during the campaign trail, I reached out to him, and he was so gracious with his time. His whole family actually made sure that he was able to meet with me as often as I like to meet. He took me around to the different organizations and groups in the subdivisions and like the YMCA, the Young Family YMCA, and QLS services, and he just made sure that I had a real good earful from the actual residents of Southwest Atlanta in the way that he had learned them over the decades. And he was a wealth of knowledge that didn't mind sharing and sharing his space. And I just, he's going to be dearly missed, and I'm thankful for his service, because it really did give me a nice start in the communities, and all of the communities on north, south, and east of Southwest Atlanta. And so I thank him for that. So he will be lying in state on Wednesday, August 23rd, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Martin Luther King International Chapel, and that's on Morehouse College campus. His family visitation will happen on Wednesday, August 23rd, from 5 to 7 p.m. at Murray Brothers Funeral Home. That's at 1199 Utoy Springs Drive, Southwest Atlanta. Then his celebration of life service will happen on Thursday, August 24th, 2023 at 11 a.m. And that will happen at West Hunter Street Baptist Church. And that's 1040 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, Southwest. And that's at 11 o'clock on Thursday. And the intimate happens on Thursday, August 24th. At Lincoln Cemetery, 2275 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. We're going to make copies of this because there's some other good information on here for ways of celebrating him and sharing in some of the organizations that he held near and dear. So we're going to make copies of this and make sure that we have them outside and on the sides of the podium to share with everyone, and we want you all to be able to share as well. So thank you, President Shipman.
Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. I do want to acknowledge the passing of a lion in our South Atlanta communities. Miss Bertha Darden passed away last week. Those of us here in this body know of the long-standing fight in Peoplestown with regards to the Dardens and Miss Tanya Washington. And, I am just incredibly saddened, continue to be incredibly saddened by her passing. I know we have some folks here. I saw Tim Franzen in the room. We've been in the trenches with the Dardens and with Bertha, specifically with the Turnerfield Community Benefits Coalition and Neighborhood Planning Unit V, and then Entrenchment Creek Community Stewardship Council, an organization that I founded and Ms. Darden was a board member of. And so we're just incredibly saddened by her loss, but we know that her spirit continues to live on in this city, in our communities, in our streets. And so I do want to let the public know that there will be a celebration of life on Saturday, August 26th. It'll be at Bethesda Cathedral Church in Decatur, 1989 Austin Drive. It'll be at 11 a.m. I hope as many members of the public can come out to that, recognizing just how powerful Ms. Darden was in our spirits and making sure that the fight lives on. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I just wanted to reiterate the words of Councilmember Dozier and sending my condolences also to the Darden family. Ms. Darden, as Councilmember Dozier mentioned, was a lion in the Peoplestown community. Councilmember Dozier knew her much longer than I did, but the times that I spent with her were amazing. She was always full of life, and she did so much to advocate for the people of Peoplestown. So again, just want to send my condolences, and I hope that you can join us for her services this Saturday, where we will be presenting a proclamation to her family. So thank you.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wanted to lift up the name of Marcine Thornton, who was a 47-year educator with Atlanta Public Schools, the last 15 of which is the principal at Carver Early College High School, including my 4 as a teacher there. She passed away on August 10th. She was an incredible school leader, wonderful mentor, absolute force of nature. And I wanted to thank Councilman Lewis for attending her service on Friday on behalf of this body and presenting a proclamation.
Councilmember Lewis.
I want to also uplift for Ms. Marcine Thornton to understand the work that she did. If you know Carver Early College, it was the #1 school in the nation. It was under her leadership. If you understand Slater Elementary School, when she was at Slater Elementary School, she turned into a top 3 school in the state of Georgia, right here in the shared portion of District 12 and District 1. And so she didn't see a problem and ran from it. She saw issues and she attacked them. And I know people who are affected by her. And so to be at the funeral and to see students from 2005, 2006 showing up at their principal's funeral it goes to a testament of a life well lived. And so I want to make sure I uplift the educators in our city who've been doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to highlight that this morning we laid to rest Mr. Leonard Tate, and so keep his family in your prayers. It was a wonderful celebration, and Councilmember Boone will give further details regarding some other celebrations that will take place this week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any others? Well, for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll now move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First up today, I would ask my colleague, Councilmember Waits, to come forward in recognition of Kwanzaa Hall. And I would invite everyone who is here to be a part of this to come up on the dais, please.
He does. He does.
I want to yield my time so more people can speak. In fact, I want him to speak in my turn.
What about Michael Bond?
Okay.
Where is he? Make sure we can see you in the camera at all times. In the camera at all times. In the camera at all times.
She's coming up. Okay, we'll get my mom up here too. With JC. Right. We'll get her. She's coming too. You over. My mom's coming right here. Right here, Mom.
Miss Evelyn.
And then that's my Aunt Rose.
Miss Aunt Rose.
He's right next to Marcy.
Why don't we ever see you on TV?
Everybody next.
Do you see you seeing transportation?
Yeah. So we've got a good
One outside.
represented.
Thank you for overdue.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hopefully, it's always tough with
We get the people on that end to come on over. Some people over.
listen to
There's so many of you all. Can some of you all come down here and fill in, please? I know it's so many of us that love the former congressman. Love.
Is there anything exciting on the agenda for today? Or?
Well, there's this parking thing. Changing the zoning to indicate some of that in the bell line. Good afternoon. I am Andrea Boone, a member of the Atlanta City Council, and on today we honor our native son, Kwanzaa Hall, who was a dedicated and diligent servant on this august body, representing the great District 2. At this time, I would like to ask the Honorable Keisha Shawn Waits to come forward.
Given the number of speakers today, I'm going to yield my remarks, but I just simply want to highlight that not only is former Congressman Hall a personal friend, he's actually my former boss as well during our brief period serving in Congress. But when I think about service and commitment to people, Kwanzaa comes to mind, and it is such a pleasure to have you here today, and I look forward to continuing our work in public service together. Thank you.
We are going to begin our remarks with our civil rights legend, J.T. Johnson. Kwanzaa's father marched alongside Martin Luther King Jr., Ralph David Abernathy, Hosea Williams, Joseph E. Boone, and so many more. And now we will hear from our civil rights legend, Mr. J.T. Johnson.
Thank you very much. City Council, all these great people here in Atlanta, you know, I start my conversation off talking about Atlanta. Atlanta is a very, very special place, and we need to treat it like that. There's too much going on in Atlanta right now that I don't like, and we need to do something about it. Kwanzaa Hall has been around. I've known Kwanzaa literally all of his life. I mean, I was at the hospital, so, you know, his father was my best friend. We spent a lot of time together in the 1960s. Those days are over and gone, but some of the things that linger on, I think we need to grab hold to. One of them is nonviolence. People get a little upset when I say that. They talk about conflict resolutions. Well, I know we changed the world with nonviolence, so I'm gonna keep on talking about nonviolence. That's what I'll do. Kwanzaa Hall is a living example of his father. Leon Hall was perhaps one of the smartest young men. He was 15 when he got involved in the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And Kwanzaa has been a part of change ever since he was in school. I mean, he did a lot of things at Mays High with Douglas High and bringing about some peace and tranquility there. And he's done the same thing in the Fort Ward over here. We have changed it. It has changed. The city of Atlanta has to lead we make decisions in Atlanta. We don't follow people, we make decisions. The people follow us. So we have to get back to that. I think Atlanta is so special that we sometimes relax and say, well, you know, we've done everything we can do. We got a lot of work to do. So I'm gonna continue to do. I'm 85, but I sometimes feel like I'm about 16, 17. But anyway, I'm gonna keep on doing it until I die. I made a commitment to the Lord that I will serve him till I die, and that will come along with serving Atlanta. So Kwanzaa Hall, I'm so proud of you. And your mother's here, and all your cousins, and your sisters, and Leon's sisters. So, and Andre, you're always great. Andre, Dad Boo was a great friend of mine. We marched together, and he made me come home when I had the flu. So he said, he brought me home to the hospital in Grady. I said, man, I ain't got time to the hospital. You know, we got to get this march started. So anyway, it's a pleasure, and thank you very much.
The Honorable Fulton County Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
What can I say? Former Congressman Kwanzaa Hall. What can I say? Fruit don't fall far from the tree. Now I'm gonna say that again. Fruit don't fall far from the tree. We know that Kwanzaa been raised right. Okay, Kwanzaa, that quiet spirit that he has. Please don't be fooled by it. And as I heard Honorable Keisha Wade said, that's her boss. Could you imagine Kwanzaa being my boss? He does. He does not hesitate to call me. I can think of the times that I've had Kwanzaa on one line and Kobe on the other. You talking about a double team? But what I wanted to say to Kwanzaa today, I know we are doing a proclamation here for him, but we're giving him his flowers while he's living. You know, so many times, so many times, we wait till the person is 6 feet under, then everybody want to talk about how much they loved him. Well, I'm here today standing with other people telling Kwanzaa, we love you. You move for the people. You take on the politics when the politics is not right. You are a son of Southwest Atlanta. And we know if your name is in it, it's about the people, it's not about the politics. So I say to you today, you continue to fight the good fight. When they tell you no, remember that God will always tell you yes when you're doing the right thing. Now, not to sound like a Baptist preacher, I'm gonna move on. But Kwanzaa Hall, we love you. Mays High love you. Unfortunately, Doug got one in on this weekend. I ain't gonna be upset about that, even though this lady know that's a fluke. It wasn't supposed to happen. Mays High rules, and guess what? Kwanzaa Hall, a product of Mays High. Thank you.
The Honorable Amir Faroki, District 2.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Boone and Councilmember Waits, for honoring my successor, Kwanzaa. I got an email last week, a constituent complaint. In the CC line, they had your old city address, which is a testament to the fact that they still think you're helping getting things done. But it reminds me, when I got elected, the first thing you said to me was, now everyone's problems are your problems. You're gonna get all these emails. I should have just forwarded that email to you. But in all seriousness, I stand on your shoulders. You preceded me on the council for District 2 at a time that saw District 2 have remarkable growth. And that growth, for all of its pros and cons, and I would argue with you, mostly pros, would not have happened if not for Kwanzaa really embracing the greater good. More housing, more business, more park space, an expanded Beltline. I mean, these are transformative moments for our city and for the East Side, and your leadership was front and center for all that. So I'm grateful to be able to represent a district that is as vibrant as it is because of your leadership, and I thank you for your counsel over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Kobe.
Colby Hall, brother of Kwanzaa Hall, son of Leon and Evelyn Hall.
Thank you, Council Member. To the City Council and all the residents present, I'll be brief. Thank you all who've come together to recognize and speak such kind words in honor and recognition of Kwanzaa. But the first time Kwanzaa received a proclamation is not today. It was 34 years ago, 1989 in the spring. Kwanzaa, along with Fiji McKay, who I see in the audience, and 9 other young men decided to make a difference in Atlanta and come together to quell high school violence. And within 6 months, there was a 40% decrease in violence among youth in the city of Atlanta due to Kwanzaa's leadership and his commitment to our city and making sure lives are prosperous, safe, and beneficial and meaningful for everyone in Atlanta. So thank you all for recognizing Kwanzaa. I really appreciate it. But Kwanzaa, much more success in your leadership and commitment to the city of Atlanta.
Miss Michelle Gainey.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would get to how do I know Kwanzaa? I met Kwanzaa when President Obama, first time ever, convening African leaders to the White House. And 2 years prior to that, someone said that there's someone you need to know. And I know a lot of you talked about his stewardship domestically. I'm going to talk a little bit about him internationally. You know, I'm Michelle Gainey, president of Silverstone International, and I'm also a member of the board of director for the Los Angeles 2028 bid of the Olympic bid. And I'm living in Atlanta because of Kwanzaa and the beauty that he talks about this city. In convening with the world leaders, Kwanzaa's role in economic development and talking about his city, his district, the 04th Ward, and also his congressional district still is very relevant today and still very much talked about today. So I just want to say thank you for your commitment. I think you can see by all the people who are gathered here today how much he has touched many people from broader aspects and also internationally. So I speak on behalf of his reach internationally that continues to be a global reach, and we continue to look forward to his leadership now as a member of the board of directors here in the state of Georgia. We look forward to what that reach continues to do and whatever help that I can extend to the city of Atlanta, to his congressional district, as well as to the state. We're here for you, Kwanzaa, and this is an honor for all of us to continue to congratulate him and support him in his endeavor. Congratulations, my friend.
Brother Stephen Muhammad.
Thank you, Andrea. It's a good thing to see and to be here in the name of God, the beneficent, the merciful, to see Andrea and Kwanzaa. I knew both of their fathers, good men, and to see the fruit that they produced. It's such a good thing. But I know Kwanzaa back from the 4th Ward, his election days. I lived in the 4th Ward. I voted for every councilman, John Sweet, Bill Campbell, not Debbie Starnes, but I voted for, Kwanzaa, all of them. So it's a good thing because Kwanzaa represented those of us who were locked out and left out. He represented what his name said, the first fruit, the beginning, the first harvest. That's what Kwanzaa means. And his name says that he will constantly, and the reason that we love fruit, I'm a fruit of Islam, an FOI. And the fruit is a part of the tree that has seeds that constantly reproduces itself. And Kwanzaa is constantly reproducing the good that his daddy and his mother put together when they harvested him. That's why his name is representative and indicative of the greatness and the goodness that he represents. So we thank you all for being here. I thank you, brother, for allowing me to speak. And the good that you've done, continue to do it. The same with you, Andrea. I'm sure your parents, your fathers are proud and looking down on both of you. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Barbara Lyles.
Miss Barbara Lyles.
Hi, good afternoon, council members, Commissioner Kwanzaa. I'm Barbara Lyles Anderson. I've known Kwanzaa for over 30 years. He has been a friend since he worked in the IT department at Fulton County, and I have always recognized the leadership in him, but not just that. He has the compassion for people, and he's used his leadership skills to uplift many people in his community and throughout this city of Atlanta. I am so proud of him. And I will say one of Kwanzaa's greatest gifts, he has the ability to make you feel like you are the most important person in the world to him when you're talking to him, but clearly I am not. But I want to congratulate him, and I'm so happy to be here to see this.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
And now for the official proclamation.
Give Maya 1 second. Okay.
Okay, terrific. In recognition of Kwanzaa Hall, the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Congressman Kwanzaa Hall, who served as the United States Representative for Georgia's 5th District, completing the remainder of the late Congressman John Lewis's term. Kwanzaa Hall was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, the son of Leon Hall, an important figure in the civil rights movement and volunteer organizer for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Kwanzaa was an alumnus of Benjamin E. Mays High School here in Atlanta. In 2002, Kwanzaa was elected to the Atlanta Board of Education, where he served 3 years. During his time on the Atlanta Board of Education, Hall worked toward closing the achievement gap and contributed to reforms that have improved the performance of Atlanta public schools on statewide tests. Hall served as a member of the Atlanta City Council for 15 years, representing District 2. Hall was recognized for his leadership in many areas as a council member, including economic inclusion, workforce development, urban design, and the arts, including culture. He has been a member of the Atlanta Pension Board and is the past chair of the Atlanta City Council's International Relations Committee. He has been a fellow of the German Marshall Fund for several U.S. State Department programs. Hall has served on numerous nonprofit boards of directors, including but not limited to the World Affairs Council, Leadership Atlanta, and the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. As the United States Representative for Georgia's 5th Congressional District, in the spirit of the continuing legacy of leadership and activism passed down by the Honorable Congressman John Lewis. Hall introduced 6 pieces of legislation requesting $55 million for transit-oriented development in Atlanta's South Side, co-sponsored 14 additional bills, advocated on the floor of Congress 18 times, and voted on 25 separate occasions for over $3 trillion in the combined COVID relief, omnibus, and military budgets. He now serves on the Board of Development for the Authority for Fulton County, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, and continues to lead in government affairs, bridging the gap for public service and private sector economic growth. Congressman Hall, on behalf of the Atlanta City Council, the City of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, we thank you for your public service.
Thank you.
Maya, next speaker, Maya.
After the fact. 1 minute. Good afternoon. My name is Maya Dillard Smith. I'm the former executive director for the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union. I was recruited here almost a decade ago, and immediately as I launched a legislative budget, Kwanzaa Hall was first on my list to call. We got so much to accomplish. We launched pretrial diversion in Fulton County. We got past LGBT Equality Day here, righting a wrong that occurred 40 years earlier after Maynard Jackson had on the very same day announced LGBT equality. He caved to pressure to the next year call it Civil Rights Equality Day. And so under Kwanzaa's leadership, we were able to get many, many civil rights passed, just a testament to what he continues to do and to be a man of action over words and to constantly be about the business of the people. So I congratulate you on today.
Mr. Hall, on behalf of the thousands of residents that you have served over the past 15 years throughout your lifetime, we present you with an Atlanta City Council salutes Gold Bowl to Kwanzaa Hall, the Honorable Kwanzaa Hall, for his tremendous service to the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we will have our photo. Please come forward. And Mother Evelyn Graham Hall is here. Raise your hand, Mother Hall.
I got something to ask. Your name Jerry?
Yes.
This you. Hello.
Everybody step back. Okay.
Everybody come back. And now the Honorable Kwanzaa Hall.
Thank you, Council President Shipman, members of council, especially those who sponsored the legislation to create the proclamation. I really appreciate the honor. It's always humbling to kind of come full circle in life. I never planned to be an elected official necessarily, and surely not to be back here receiving a proclamation after having given so many. I was almost about to read it when I had a chance to read it because I thought I needed to do it. And I know the audience, y'all been here for a long time. Sorry to hold y'all up, but it does mean a lot when you get celebrated. You got to go where you celebrate it, and I appreciate that. My colleagues, former colleagues, Howard, I see you back there, the captain of Club 7. That's the private meeting where we have to meet to get things done. But, you know, thank you to my mom, to my family for supporting me. It's really hard to be an elected official and give tirelessly of your time, your energy. People call you 24/7 on weekends, at 12 o'clock at night. You're trying to be at dinner, you're trying to sleep. You have to answer the call. And Amir is absolutely right. They'll still call you if you used to be there, and they'll copy you and they get mad at you for not responding. And that happened as recently as a week ago. So, you know, and I've been out of this position for more than 4 years. So it's a testament, and I just want us to give a big round of applause to the elected officials here because y'all are doing a great job, and thank you for your service. And I know we had Billy Mitchell, we had Lance Robinson from down south, and a couple other elected officials. Judge Kirk is out in the audience, and I don't want to miss anyone. I'll let y'all name them. But just thank you all for the honor. It means a lot. Just when people are in your corner and it's a dark time in your life, you know who your friends are, and your friends show up, and you got to remember those people. And thank y'all for remembering me, and vice versa. And I want to acknowledge my fiance as well. She's been a great rock in my life. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
I had to get more angles.
It's like $12 million or something ridiculously. Yeah. But almost nobody ever sees an individual without suing a city. support individual in official capacity. Are they like here? No, municipal court employees. It's a random case. It's really old. That's nuts. Wow. Huh. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's wild. A friend of mine who's a litigator, and he works as like a public defender on the federal level, was asking me the other day, because he was saying that he was like, oh yeah, I was reading the Cop City stuff, but noticed that the city's appeal was handled by outside counsel. Like, how often does that happen? Like, what are the parameters? And I was like, I really only know if, like, the cases that like come across my radar, because it's like the litigation team is so like separate.
I mean, so that's interesting. I don't know what litigation threshold are. Like this thing is something that's being handled by me and Nina, Cop City, which I was meeting about all morning. But they were supposed to bring their petitions in today, and then the last minute they said they weren't. But they got an extension from the district court, but we appealed that.
Yeah.
So if the 11th Circuit rules with us, they're probably screwed if they don't bring in anything today, which is why they were going to do it today. I don't know why.
Yeah, you might as well.
Thank you, everyone. Now I'd like to ask Councilmember Dozier to the podium and all of those who are here for the recognition of Tracy Woodard to join us up on the dais, please.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Jason Dozier. I represent District 4 in Atlanta City Council, but also chair the Community Development and Human Services Committee, and I'm especially proud today to recognize the wonderful, esteemed Tracy Woodard. Not only, like I said, I'm the chair of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, so a lot of the work that we do as a committee centered around housing, centered around economic development, and a lot of the work that the city is doing and undertaking around addressing our unhoused and unsheltered citizens comes through the work of that committee. But I'm especially proud to be here today because as a District 4 representative, I get to big up and talk about one of my own constituents. And so before I get too deep into that track, we're going to do something a little different. I'm going to give Mr. Brad Schweers with In Town Cares an opportunity to say some words out the gate, and then I will add some additional remarks. Where'd you go, Brad? There you go.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. My name is Brad Schweers, Executive Director of In Town Cares, and we have several of our board members, former clients, and coworkers and former coworkers of Tracy here with us today. A few words about In Town Cares. We are the largest low-barrier food pantry in the city of Atlanta, and we have the largest and most effective homeless outreach team the city of Atlanta has ever seen, led by people like Tracy, who is one of the most amazing people I have ever met. I've been doing this work for about 25 years, and one of the blessings of it is you get to meet some pretty incredible people. We got a bunch of them up here today, and Tracy is one of those Tracy is smart, She leads with her head and her heart, and she is fearless. I remember the first day she came to work for us, we were going up under a bridge near Cheshire Bridge in 85, and she was bounding up a hill and said something to the effect of, "I can't believe I get paid to do this." She goes into, part of our philosophy is we go to where people are. So if someone is sleeping under a bridge or out in a forest or back behind a dumpster, that's where we go, and that's where Tracy leads our efforts. Tracy is also the executive director of a group called Mad Housers that builds tiny homes for folks who are experiencing homelessness as a transition to permanent housing. This model is being replicated. The mayor just announced a $4 million announcement of $4 million of funds to build further tiny homes as tools for the outreach and navigation work in the city, and that's very much going to be based on a lot of the work that Mad Housers has been doing. So we are incredibly proud of Tracy, happy to honor her here today, and this is a bit of a surprise for her. I think we successfully hid this from her, but we're just absolutely delighted to have her on the team. She has housed personally 199 people who were experiencing homelessness, have now moved into permanent housing because of Tracy's work. So, Tracy, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And just one more thing I'll add, because as was stated, Tracy, oh, that was on camera. The phenomenal work that Tracy has done has just been so remarkable. One of the things that hasn't been shared is that Tracy's also a phenomenal and talented musician. And so for those of y'all who ride MARTA with some regularity, Tracy performs regularly at some of our transit stations across the city. And her heart is so big. I mean, I visited Tracy and Nick several times at their home, and there's always someone who they've gotten to know who has needed a leg up or a helping hand, and has stayed with them, has helped, has received help from them directly, and it's just been so amazing to have Tracy be in our community. I've even reached out to Tracy directly when we've had some unsheltered individuals needing help, and recognizing that the network that we have built in place today in the city needs a lot of work, and needs a lot of investment. It's always great to know that there's folks like Tracy who's out there in the streets every single day doing the work that she's doing. And so with that, I'm gonna let Councilmember Bakhtiari say a few words. Any other colleagues that want to say a few words as well when I invite you up to come on up? But Councilmember Bakhtiari, and then Tracy, I'm actually going to ask you to stand forward as well. Since we're saying all these nice things about you, we want to make sure that you are in the limelight. All right, Councilmember Bakhtiari.
So this is Tracy, for those who didn't know. I don't usually talk much at proclamations, but for you, absolutely. So my first run-in with Tracy was actually, I mean, some years ago, but really during the rapid rehousing that we did during the pandemic. Tracy knows where every single encampment is, knows who every single person is. She is vital to the city's outreach program. And yes, InTown does have the best outreach team in the city, in my opinion. I mean, you have some extraordinary members sitting behind me in addition to Tracy, people like Abel Campbell and Franco, and others. But Tracy is a big believer and has and educated me quite a bit on what Housing First was and is. And I really do hope the city continues to move towards housing people first. It is not a crime to be in poverty. It is not a crime to be houseless. Housing is not a privilege, it is a right. And it actually is not only, people should never be equated to dollars, but it is more cost effective to house someone and to stabilize them and then give them and meet them where they are. And for this country's approach is quite backwards. And InTown and Tracy are people who really center the needs of those on the street who deserve to have a home because they are human beings. And the constant lesson of crime doesn't happen when you eradicate poverty. So, I mean, in addition to being a concert violin player, Tracy can also build homes, trek with the best of them, and knows where every single encampment is, and has brought more humanity into the city than most of us up here. And I'm deeply grateful for you always. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else want to add some words? All right, well, okay, well, Nick Hess.
Hello, everybody. My name's Nick Hess. I am the current chair of Neighborhood Planning Unit S, the former president of the Madhausers, and the very proud husband of Tracy Woodard. Tracy and I first met 25 years ago at this point because of what we were doing with the Madhausers, and has taken the organization and has helped lead the city and its understanding of the needs of the people who are unhoused, of our homeless population, has shown what sort of fearlessness and compassion can do and can help. I am proud of her. I am proud of the city. Thank you so much for recognition of all the work that she has done.
All right. All right, thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and do the thing where we say some even more formal nice words about you. So Tracy, I have here a proclamation from the Atlanta City Council, and this is in recognition of Tracy Woodard. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Tracy Woodard for going above and beyond in her role as case manager with In Town Cares. And whereas the mission of In Town Cares is to prevent and reverse homelessness and hunger in Atlanta by leading with the vision of creating a thriving community, In Town Cares has been able to build meaningful partnerships that address homelessness and hunger. And whereas In Town Cares is a thriving community equipped to provide prompt, effective support for those experiencing homelessness and hunger, Tracy has been a leading factor in ensuring the community remains steadfast in their pursuit. And whereas Tracy is a team leader that is dedicated to meeting vulnerable clients experiencing chronic homelessness where they live and sleep, to engage, enroll, and ultimately place them into supportive permanent housing. And whereas she embodies love in action by honoring the dignity of everyone she meets and never giving up until an individual is housed. Through hard work, dedication, and commitment, Tracy has made a significant impact in Atlanta. And whereas over the course of 4 years, Tracy has found permanent housing for 190 people experiencing homelessness since 2019, one of the highest rates in the city of Atlanta. And whereas Tracy inspires her colleagues, community, and the entire city to never give up on anyone, she is a shining example of love and hope to all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Tracy Woodard for her undying commitment and dedication at In Town Cares and their objective to address homelessness and hunger in Atlanta. And this has been signed by all the members of the Atlanta City Council, including the Atlanta City Council President. Congratulations, Tracy. I'm so proud to represent you here in this body.
Thank you.
Now, if y'all don't mind joining us, we'll get up here, take some pictures, and let y'all get on the road. Thank you.
I'd like to thank City Council members, In Town, my family. I'm very fortunate to have gotten the position that I did at In Town, where I have been given a great deal of freedom to help people who are most vulnerable. And I'm also so happy to be at Atlanta at this time in history where Atlanta is really experimenting with different solutions, because there's really no one-size-fits-all solution for people who are experiencing homelessness. And the fact that we have things like the motel programs, rapid rehousing, the fact that we have a street medicine team here in Atlanta where I was able to call a doctor and say, hey, we've got 30 really sick people under a bridge who can't leave to visit a clinic, but the only way to access this encampment is to go under a cattle gate next to a gun range. And the doctors can say, just tell us what time to show up. So being in Atlanta at this time in history is really exciting, and I appreciate the collaboration that we've been able to have. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We will now move to remarks by the public. We will have each member of the public will be granted 2 minutes unless they've been given time by someone else who has signed up. As always, I will do my best with everyone's name, but please do correct me if I make a mistake. We're having a little trouble with our public clock, so the clerk will be keeping time over there at her desk until we can fix it. First up will be Deshaun Lee.
Don't have a full quorum. Don't have a full quorum, Mr. President.
There's no quorum that's required for public comment. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Deshaun Lee. I'm the Executive Director for the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. A big part of my job is to promote public service, and more specifically, public service employees. Too often, it is too easy to unbraid and downdress the hard work of city employees and city officials. We have no problem with public criticism, public discourse, spirited public policy debate, or straight up politics. But we do take exceptions to those that prance in here for the sole purpose of tearing down our city and engaging in sophisticated racist attacks on the mayor. We have had enough of the buffoonery, the lies, and the plantation politics. Soon, some of you will learn that you can't sling mud without dirtying your own hands. To the city employees, we say that the city of Atlanta only works because you do. Keep your head up. To the city council, we say, stay strong and stand your ground. And to the Mayor Dickens, we say, in the words of Maya Angelou, they may write you down in history with their bitter, twisted lies. They may trod you in the very dirt, but still like dust you'll rise. They may shoot you with their words and cut you with their eyes. They may kill you with their hatefulness, but still like air you'll rise. You'll rise, you'll rise, you'll rise. Mayor Dickens, continue to rise. The city of Atlanta is counting on you, and let me be clear, you can count on us. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to be heard. I thank you all for keeping the date of September the 9th on your calendars, and thank you for those that have already RSVP'd.
Thank you. Next will be Madry Giles. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I am Madry Giles, the Political and Community Affairs Director of Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I bring you greetings on the behalf of our members in the city of Atlanta and throughout the great state of Georgia. Today I come bearing good news. On September 9th, we will be hosting our City of Atlanta Cookout to celebrate service and to recognize our city workers. Your offices have received formal invites, and we hope you will join us. There will be plenty of food, fun, games, and prizes. I am also glad to announce that through FPSC, city employees are now eligible for $4,000 towards their closing costs on the purchase of a home. The features of our home buying program complement the efforts of the City Council and the Mayor. We believe city employees should be able to afford where they live. And next month, we will be rolling out a $100,000 guaranteed life insurance policy for all city employees, no matter your age, your weight, pre-existing condition, or medical diagnosis. You are guaranteed $100,000 in coverage, no questions asked. Unfortunately, due to one new city appointee, there have been delays and intentional interference in our rollout. And unfortunately, as a result, some city members have literally died without the opportunity to avail themselves of the coverage. But as I said, I'm coming today with good news. We are looking forward, not backwards. We take principal position that by working together, we can make the city of Atlanta an even better place to live, work, and call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan. You have up to 2 minutes.
Give honor to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Let favor be shewed to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly, will not behold the majesty of the Lord. Isaiah 26:10. Notice that the object of one's faith is as important as the act of trust. James Griff has proven to be my enemy and Jesus' enemy by his deeds. Christ says not to give glory to James Griff for what he has not done. Sin, it is a righteous thing with God to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you. 2 Thessalonians 1st chapter 6 verse. Paul is not saying that their sufferings reflects God's judgment, but rather that it will be evidence used in judgment against those who persecute them. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which are on the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine. Isaiah 28 chapter 1st verse. The prophecies of this section each announce a woe, horror, doom upon Israel and Judah. Each woe is a legal condemnation of death. Nevertheless, the foundation of God standeth sure, having this seal. The Lord knoweth them that are his. And let everyone that nameth the name of Christ depart from iniquity. 2 Timothy 2nd chapter 19 verse. The foundation of God standeth sure refers to the permanency of the church, which is built on the foundation of the apostles. This seal guarantees the security of the body of Christ. We need Christ more than he needs us. We need to practice justice, righteousness. I know that I do. I ask Christ for that power. I have to fight sin in myself, not just people, other people. Thank you, and obey Jesus.
Thank you. Just a reminder, the bell means there's 30 seconds remaining, just as a warning of the time. Maisie Thompson? Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Don't let the hat fool you or blind you. My name is Maisie Thompson, and I'm here representing the Astor Project, which is a multidisciplinary arts movement where muralists, filmmakers, authors, musicians, producers are collaborating with over 20 Georgia families who've lost a loved one to police violence in an effort to rehumanize their stories through the power of art. On Saturday, we had the honor of participating in Southern Center for Human Rights Pain and Power Symposium, which centered around 7 policy recommendations co-created with Atlanta residents to combat police violence. Families from the Astor Project whose loved ones were murdered by APD spoke about the impact that police violence had and continues to have on their lives and their families. This was not only to center the voices that matter most in this conversation, but also to remind everyone of the human side of the numbers and percentages and data points. Miss Felicia, mother of Alexia Christian, spoke first about her daughter. Alexia was handcuffed in the back seat of a squad car. She was about my size. Officers said she fired 2 shots at them, so they returned fire. If you listen to the audio, you hear them say, drop the gun, and you can hear her say, I don't have a gun. And then they fired 10 shots into her body. You can hear her say, ouch, after the first 3. You never hear the 2 shots that she supposedly fired. Last time I was here was actually my first time. This is all still pretty new to me. It's been a white privilege of mine to not bear the burdens of civic duty when it comes to the state of our police. One of you said in reference to your vote in favor of Cop City, quote, I make my vote without emotion. And I believe that, this is me saying this now, I believe that Voting without emotion when dealing with lives and livelihoods only indicates lack of proximity to the consequences of your vote, not expertise. Even still, had you voted solely on the objective data to which you claim to cling, your vote would have been a resounding no. Atlanta is not buying the narrative that Cop City is about public safety anymore. You have all the right buzzwords on the website and in press conferences like de-escalation training, but that's been in place for a while and police violence continues to go up in this city. Jabril Robinson de-escalated his own situation by walking away. He was chased. Jarvis Likes was chased. Javis Benjamin was like this. Jimmy Atchison was like this. Tortuguita was like this. Rayshard Brooks was asleep. Shali Tilson was being alive. You were elected with the expectation that you would infuse humanity into your judgment. You don't get to vote without emotion.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Amalat. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. I see y'all getting rewards about people getting housing and helping them with housing. They must have forgot about our bridges. I'm saying this because I am so hurt that y'all still thinking that you're helping people, but you're hurting them. And Amos and those, I need a meeting with y'all immediately, SAP. We got, it's terrible. It's real terrible. Mary, I remember at one time we used to keep conversation going, eating lunch and stuff. But that's all good. I know people in your community too. We need to try to start having appointments with people around here and listen to the people. Said people are dying in the jail. That's where that money needs to be going. I vote for that money to go over that way, for Rice Street. Family, y'all got families. People are dying in these jails, and don't nobody know how they dying, why they dying. It's filth. It's plumb filth. We need housing in our community. And this fake news going up with West Side Future Fund, like people got housing. They don't. Take them people off the post. They living in apartment buildings, not homes. This is sad. We need to get together and think about the people. Every event I have, believe me, I'm gonna get out there. Y'all ain't gonna, I'm not gonna be done. You can put me on the streets. You can say whatever. But keep your hands off me, because I got a voice, and I'm coming out there. And I'm coming out there strong. It's sad the way y'all lying about helping people. You're not helping us. We need housing.
Time has expired.
And these children, y'all gonna regret putting these black children on the streets.
Thank you. Next will be Blake Schultz. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Blake. I am a resident in District 6, and I am speaking in support of Vision Zero and the zoning papers that are up for approval, in particular the parking minimums around the Beltline, as well as drive-throughs and service stations. I do want to thank Jason for your efforts in regards to that. I do believe that Atlanta can afford to not be building and be fully focused on car dependency around the Beltline. We can afford that little sliver. And I believe that we should have the option to be able to move around the city, not completely dependent on cars. So want to speak on that. Second, I believe it is a duty of elected officials to uphold democracy. And as such, you owe your constituents transparency in regards to democracy. especially around Cop City. We are paying attention to what is being said, and we're paying attention to what's not being said. As the saying goes, democracy dies in the dark. We're paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ruby Beth Butecont. Sorry if I didn't get that. I'm trying. Due to Eula time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. Butecant, you were very close. Ruby Beth Butecant. I live in East Atlanta Village. I was actually raised in the house that I'm now raising my almost 2-year-old in. I'm a native of Atlanta. Tomorrow marks exactly 1 year since my mama, Beth Ann Butecant, died after a long and brutal illness. Some of you knew her personally, Matt, since you were a child. And some of you actually got to see her when she was recently on a Netflix TV show called Instant Dream Home. And we had some major renovations done to our very old house. Please believe that there are a lot of other ways I would like to be marking the anniversary of her death, but none would honor her more than being here to speak with all of you. She died shocked at the anti-democratic direction our city is headed, and full of love and hope and optimism that it wasn't too late to right the ship. I have been collecting referendum signatures in her honor. However, the city continues to make the referendum process as difficult as possible, alleging in the 11th hour that the number of signatures needed to put Cop City on the ballot is higher than the number that we have been publicly using for months. The city is now claiming a different number of registered voters in Atlanta than what is publicly available on your website. If the city does not stand behind their publicly available voter data, they have every obligation to inform the coalition, to inform the public, and to share correct data. It is the least you can do. The coalition used the numbers publicly available on the city's website and from our Secretary of State's office to determine the 15% that we needed. Given that the entirety of this process rests on getting a certain percentage of voters signed up, it is unconscionable for the city to withhold information. There have also been reports that the city plans to use signature match in the verification process. I can promise you that the signature I used to sign in today, the one on my personal voter registration, the one I used to sign for power of attorney when my mother was dying in the hospital, the one on my mortgage, all look slightly different. I can promise you that, and they are all valid. Rejecting ballots because of a perceived signature mismatch targets voters who are already in the margins, people who are grieving, people with disabilities, trans and gender nonconforming people, women, and people for whom English is a second language. Countless lawsuits have been brought and won across the country that challenge signature matching as unconstitutional. Many of you have spoken publicly about it being a discriminatory practice. It is shocking that this is where we are. There's this thing that my mother used to do with me when I was potentially acting in a way that she knew didn't live up to my best self, my values, who I am. And it was very simple, it was very calm. It was take a deep breath, visualize yourself making the decisions that help you feel proud of how you walk in the world, and then take the first few steps to do so. I ask you to help me honor her, to honor yourselves.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
I still have a little more time, so I just wanted to add a couple of things. You know, for many of us, growing up here and being in the birthplace of the civil rights movement is an honor that we take with us absolutely everywhere we go. We heard that in the proclamations. It's just a big part of being in Atlanta and always has been. Bernice King has said, "The system of democracy was designed so that every person, regardless of class, creed, or race, would have an objective and unchallenged opportunity to meaningfully participate in the building of their community. Atlanta, known as the bedrock of the civil rights movement, should be the standard for how a city engages its residents in matters concerning the collective good, collaborative justice, and the cohesiveness of this city. You don't have to take it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Welcome back, Mr. President. I've been coming out here, man, almost a year now, in peace. You guys haven't seen that radical side, Bowen home side, but this is the end of that. Ms. Norwood, my grandparents born in 1914. I wasn't raised on hate. Both my grandparents worked for white folks, and they taught me early on that, you know, all white folks not bad. I got my bachelor's in political science, which came with a lot of history. So I know that a lot of black movement would have not moved forward if it wasn't for good white folks standing beside King and everybody and moving these things forward. So I don't have no distaste for white folks. I wish that we all work together, but there are forces on the APS board and city council that likes to divide white and black. That there have always been a great working relationship between white and blacks in Atlanta. You're always gonna have white and blacks that don't get along. However, today I'm here to talk about a white male that we made the commissioner of Park and Recs from Seattle, Washington, have been firing all black folks on Jason Winston, Byron Dozier, and replacing them with white women, and this is bad. His first month and a half on the job, he fired a black man who's a deputy commissioner, Mr. Shook. You can't even evaluate a whole staff in a month and a half. Fired him and replaced him with a white woman who came from New York, who had 20 years of experience of pickleball. No Park and Rec experience, pickleball experience. You fired a black man who's been there for 27 years, all right? You fired another black director who was there for 27 years, had 13 promotions, never had a write-up. You replaced him with an in-house interim director who the board, you asked a board to sit down, Mr. Shipman, and say, hey, do y'all want to keep her here? The whole board said yes. You still replaced her with the white woman from Midtown High who was an administrator. No Park and Rec experience. And may I remind you, there are no white children in recreation. So why are we replacing the black folks in recreation with white folks who there are no white children in recreation? With the new millage rate, they just got $16 million. They only gave $1 million to recreation. This affects black children. Once again, there are no white children in recreation. So why are you doing this? And there was a black woman who was the #1 option to be the commissioner. They were told to go search again. We go all the way to Seattle and get Cutler. If Atlanta is the city that is too busy to hate, and if everybody influenced everything from Atlanta, why are we going all the way to Seattle to get somebody to run Park and Rec? If we want to stop gang initiation, Ms. Marcia Overstreet and Ms. Boone, and Ms. Waste and Ms. Mary, if you want to pump your gas free, Liliana, Park and Rec is what black kids, you start right there. That's the foundation of black children, is Park and Rec. I'm not saying a white person can't get it done, but God, we done had a white commissioner since the last 15, 20 years. You cannot have whites supervision young black kids. There are no connection. And the commissioner own kids don't even go to the city Park and Rec. They go to the YMCA. You cannot have that. As a black man, I can't expect to go to North Carolina and North Carolina High School, where it might be majority white, and think I understand the white culture. White and black are totally different. But one thing we better get it right is, we all want to live free. We all want to walk our dogs in peace. We all want to pump gas free. We cannot have this, man. If the second floor not paying attention, I'm telling you guys right now, we can't have this. I'm not saying he need to go and hire a black person over there, but we can't have a white commissioner firing black people and replacing them with whites who are not even qualified. Now, we got some whites that used to dealing with blacks, don't know how to deal with that. Hey, let's go, I'm all for it. Ms. Norwood, the only reason why I call your name is because I lost my city job for supporting you, but I didn't give a damn. I felt that you was gonna help black folks in my area. But guess what, I'm tired of asking y'all. The same way I brought all the black clubs on down here, y'all try to push that nuisance law. Next time y'all see me, it's gonna be a room full of black and whites down here. We tired of this, man. Hey, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of begging, looking at y'all. We cannot have this affecting black children. Park and Rec is the foundation, man. If we get them early, man, we can stop the gang initiation. We can transform the mindset, man, from them want to be on the streets and thinking everything is okay. You know what I'm saying? What's going on in the streets? It started with the little black children at Park and Rec. It started right there. My grandfather used to tell me the stories about how the white folk didn't want to give King a place to receive his Nobel Peace Prize. But there was one white man who did. He told all of them, if y'all don't let King have his place here, Coca-Cola will not come to Atlanta. Guess what? Coca-Cola's here in Atlanta. Because a white man done that, yeah. Maynard wouldn't have been married if it weren't for good white folks, know what I'm saying, behind him. Come on, man. Marvin Arrington, Mr. Shipman, who you spoke on. And I don't care what nobody tell y'all, when it comes to the streets and the black vote, don't listen to what nobody up here tell y'all. When it come to that, you always going to come to the west side and southwest Atlanta. And I don't want to be that enemy in that way, Mr. Shipman. Your sign stayed up in the black community because I met you and I asked you a tough question about racism. You answered it straight on. And out of respect for you, your sign stayed up all around there. And when you look at the black vote, as a white man who never ran, you ran a citywide race. You got more votes than all the black folks that ran. I'm 46, man. By the time you run again, I'll be 48. I don't want to be out there in opposition to you because there's some white folks that I got a relationship with that love you. I don't want to be in opposition to you. I don't want to be in opposition to nobody white. That's not what I'm here for. I believe in the white and black relationship, but it must happen. We're not asking for blacks to come up and have equal wealth as white. We understand the way of the world, but we need access to it. We need access to it. We're not asking to come up here right away. It's far too gone. There's so many forces that don't want to see black have wealth. But in Atlanta, we cannot have discriminatory practices going on, which is going on over there at Park and Recreation. We cannot have that. And Mr. Dusenberry, who's sitting over there, that used to be the commissioner, he's over the land trust. Park Pride getting free rent over there. Do y'all know that Park Pride is getting free rent? A nonprofit getting free rent, and Park and Rec giving them $500,000 a year, Mr. Amos. Park and Rec giving Park Pride $500,000 a year. Now you can fact check that. $500,000 and free rent. And the group that was over the golfing for the city of Atlanta was making $2.3 million a year. Nobody said nothing about the white company that was over the golfing for the city of Atlanta. Now that the city of Atlanta got it back, all hell breaking loose because they done took money out some white company mouth that was making $2.3 million a year of black kids and using black facilities in the city of Atlanta. Now to compensate that, because they raised so much fuss behind closed doors, guess what Mr. Cutler have done, Mr. Lewis? He gave the white group tennis. Now they got the tennis from the black community. He made them over the tennis program after he took the golf from them. Man, y'all gotta wake up and stop saying y'all don't know, man. Same way Mr. Alex Warren, the chair of finance, said that he didn't know the Sweet Auburn Curry Market hadn't paid rent to the city in 20 years. Well, Mr. Alex Warren, if you're gonna be over finance, it's your duty to know. We got too many people with their head down saying they don't know. Why are we in these seats and we don't know? Why? We got to know what's going on. Now, I made a comment last week that there's a certain council member whose child was at the airport working for the summertime. As a man, I want to say that I was wrong about that. I got wrong information. I didn't call the council member out, but I was wrong for insinuating that there was a council member that had a child working over there. So I do apologize for that. But man, we can't do that. And Ms. Norwood, if I didn't believe in God and if I didn't have the streets behind me, these black elected officials would have tried to counsel me for helping you. I stood up and I stand by who I want to stand by. I don't expect you to stand up for me over here when I say things about an organization you might not agree with. But what I do respect out of loyalty is for you to meet with me and say, DeJuan, can you present the facts and let me look at it? And let's have a conversation. You don't have to be combative the way I am, but at least show me the same respect that I gave you when I said, forget what this black community is saying. I believe you have my black vote. I had more young black non-voters registered to vote with you. Registered to vote for the very first time they voted for you, right? Because I said so. And I'm just saying, show me the same courtesy and respect when I come down here, because I don't come down here to divide black and white, you know what I'm saying, or Jewish at all. I stand for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood?
Yes, Mr. Robinson. Several things. Number one, I certainly will be delighted to have any conversation you would like to have. That is of no problem to me whatsoever. I did request last time that you spoke to us that you put your concerns in writing. This today is a different topic, but the same applies. It's more helpful to this city council to be able to react, me individually or the council collectively, if we have a delineation in writing. The next thing is, as you discussed, the Parks Department, there weren't specifics, and I understand not giving specifics out on the air. But again, I think to have a communique that comes to the council that says, Anderson Park, this is what happened. Whatever, but it needs to be more specific than just we have recreation that is only used by African American children. That may or may not be 100% correct on every park in the entire city. So that kind of generality is concerning. And the last, so I'd like specifics. The last thing I'd like to say, and I know that your passion is laudable, but it also is loud. And I don't know that you realize that you get very close to yelling at us. And I will quote one of my former colleagues many years ago who said, "You're talking so loud, I can't hear you." So the louder you get, the greater the chance is that you're not being heard. So if you could just please be thoughtful about your delivery, that would be helpful. And these are just recommendations.
Thank you, I respect that. And the data will show that there are 0 white children that are registered for recreation in the park, but not parks, recreation. This is data that I have collected. 0 white children that.
And that's perfectly okay. We're a city who gives everyone the opportunity, and if our African American children decide that they wish to take that opportunity in recreation, that's great. That's
No,
why
that's what
we're
I'm
a
saying.
city.
That's the division between white and black. So I'm just saying whites don't have to use recreation. That's what make it more imperative that we have certain people in place, because we are dealing with black children. That's what makes it so imperative that we have certain black leadership in place.
Thank you both. Let's exchange that information later on. Councilmember Lewis?
And Mr. Robinson, you said my name, and since I've been down here, if a person says my name, I make sure I respond. I heard you full out what you said. I've been seeing some of the changes over there. I'm a Park and Rec baby. That man, Coach Mundo, if he wasn't a part of Parks and Rec to see Lil Antonio, because I know sometimes you have to have a Mundo to understand that Lil Antonio may break his pencil while he in Parks and Rec, or he may not stand in line the right way every time. And so we do see the changes going on over there, and I didn't know what we could do about it. I've been seeing some of the changes. Right now, we trying to see resumes. We're trying to see resumes of people hired, since you said that. And can you say the person's name who's the new director over there?
One thing you can do, council has to vote on appointments when it comes to commissioners and everything. So council can ask to also sit in on interviews if you guys care enough. So when they decide, you know what I'm saying, hire these people and look at the qualifications, you guys can decide to sit in with HR and the commission when he decide to bring these unqualified people in.
But I will say that I am full out in the recreation centers. I need the help of the department. The department has to grow, because the city of Atlanta is about to grow, and it has to take care of people like it used to. And so with all the funding coming into the city, and we talk about we helping our young folks, Parks and Recreation is our tool to actually help them, so we need for it to work correctly. And with you coming down and you telling us these things, we are aware. I appreciate you for coming down and using your voice to make us aware of what's going on over there. And you got more than my ear. Right now we asking about resumes and stuff. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Not gonna yell. Good afternoon. I've been coming down here for 1 year, talking about rent control. And again, rent control, we need it. You got people that do not make 3 times the rent. That's the problem we have. And now you got apartments that's empty when they ask for 3 times the rent, and when they just open up, now there's not enough because people is not making 3 times the rent. And that's why it's so important again, Ms. Margie's not going nowhere till I get what I want. I'm not yelling, I'm not hollering. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna get this because we need it. You can't do nothing else, rent control. Like I told you, the city of Atlanta, Alabama, Montgomery, they did it. Why we can't not do it? Somebody told me that, oh yeah, Kwanzaa Hall, Tyrone. I call him Tyrone. I have a reason to call him Tyrone. Now maybe I could work with him because he's over what, community affairs with Kemp? Who saw the picture of Tyrone? They cloned Tyrone. That's a deep, okay, because we got a lot of Tyrones, okay? So what I'm saying, we need rent control. We need it now, and we could get it. Tyrones, we need rent control. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next will be Susana Chavez. We have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, hello, my name is Susana Chavez, and I am part of family business, Park Place. We're 3rd generation, and we own and manage property throughout the city of Atlanta. 2 weeks ago, it came to my attention that the city was planning a rapid rehousing at 184 Forsyth Street. So I read a very small article in the AJC and tried to find out more information, was unsuccessful. I talked to a number of other property owners around that area. None of them had heard about it. I did reach, so on Friday, so that was 2 weeks ago when I read the article in the newspaper. This Friday, I learned that the City Council is going to vote on funding for the rapid rehousing, and I asked that City Council postpone voting on this until stakeholders, businesses, property owners in that area have a chance to hear about it, learn about it, ask questions. So that's why I'm here today. I did send letters to a few of the city council members that that work in that area, and I wish I would have sent it the same one to all of you. Like you said, Councilwoman Norwood, that it's good to get the information, but basically the people that work and own businesses and property in that area know nothing about the project, and we just want to understand what you're trying to do. So that's my request, that you not vote on the rapid rehousing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Donna Salem. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Salem, and I am here to request information about the proposed use of 184 Forsyth Street. My family has had an interest in 150 Forsyth Street for many years, dating back to the 60s. I am a native Atlantan. And this area has come a very long way and was moving in a much more progressive way with the building of the new Greyhound terminal. I was totally impressed when I saw it because I remember the old Greyhound terminal on the corner of William Street many, many, many years ago in the 60s. I've tried to find information about what is proposed here. I know that I can only have been able to read the articles that have been posted where it references this is a great location because of key amenities, and I do not know that there is any food service anywhere around there, no grocery store, no drugstore, nothing that would be within walking distance. Everyone wants to help the homeless, certainly, but if there is no way to get to reach the items that are needed for everyday life, then we are not succeeding in helping them. I know that there has been written that it will be in conjunction with a nonprofit. I just feel that we need to be provided some information. And my time's almost up. But hopefully this will result in postponing any kind of final decision until more information can be available to everyone in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Royce Mann. You have up to 2 minutes.
Council President Shipman, council members, thank you for convening today and for hearing what I have to say. In June 2020, Garrett Rolfe, an officer for APD, shot and killed Rayshard Brooks as he was running away. The next day, Rolfe was fired by the department, and less than a week later, he was charged with felony murder by then Fulton DA Paul Howard. But by 2022, those charges were dropped and Rolfe was back on the job with APD, where he is today. In 2019, then Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms signed what the city hailed as historic legislation to close and reimagine the Atlanta City Detention Center. This legislation was introduced by then Councilman Andre Dickens. Today, 4 years later, the jail remains open with no immediate plans to follow through on that long overdue promise. On July 5th, Mayor Dickens stated that there is no one in law enforcement or my administration that would ever get in the way of them doing their constitutional right to have a petition talking about the Cop City referendum. Less than 2 weeks later, the city claimed in a legal filing that the referendum was futile and invalid. And now the city is threatening to use the same tactics to invalidate signatures the Republican leaders used to disenfranchise voters. We stand here today to call on Mayor Andre Dickens and members of the Atlanta City Council, do not continue this pattern of failed promises. Do not allow Brian Kemp's bully tactics to win. Do not sacrifice democracy in the name of so-called public safety. Please, please let the people have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jan Meadows. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. This distinguished honorable body, I've been here since the beginning, and I was just listening to all of the comments and looking at the actions of the City Council, and it reminded me that over 52 years ago, I ran for office against Councilman Jim Maddox. And I was reflecting on how the tone of the council, the tone of the body, of the public. And I lost that election by either 11 votes or 21 votes. It's been over 50 years, and I can't remember, but it was close. And I was thinking, gee, if I had sat on this body over 50 years ago, would I have done some of the things I was witnessing up here. And I'm not here to admonish or criticize. I really came here to recognize the honor that you've given Councilman Jim Maddox. But it was really shocking to me to hear some of the comments, to see the actions, because it really reminded me of what's going on in this country. Division, polarization. I mean, when you gave the award to Councilman Hall, it was polarized. I didn't see all of you up there recognizing him. It was only those that, I guess, ordered the or administratively gave the proclamation.
Time has expired.
But I would just like to say that I just want to say, and I'm going to say if I can extend it, why I'm really here.
Just time has expired. I'm sorry. You've had 2 minutes. To be fair to everyone else, it's 2 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say that I was the one that, and along with some others, that did the research for the Cascade Nature Preserve, and it was the Director of Parks and Recreation. I guess you've turned me off? No.
But please wrap up. Your time's expired.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would just like to say that he went to the to the Department of Interior and got $10 million to purchase that. And I've told Councilman Overstreet and Andrea Boone that there's some golden opportunities. You can go right back to the Biden administration.
Thank you. You've had your 2 minutes. Thank you. Next is Brother Muhammad. Brother Muhammad. Next is Kevin Murphy. Have up to 2 minutes.
City Council, thank you for the time today. My name is Kevin Murphy. I'm a representative of Newport Re, a local landowner here in District 4, South Downtown. Newport, since 2016, has owned approximately 10 full city blocks of real estate here in this area between Five Points and Garnett. Over that time, in my 4 years here, have worked tirelessly to attract investment into the area, investment for a part of town that has been long abandoned. And so that's something we've been working to do for a number of years. The ordinance for 184 Forsyth, when that was out with Invest Atlanta several months ago for a new build, that was very exciting. That was an interesting piece that worked really, really well with what we were trying to do, which is revitalize the neighborhood, bring in all sorts of housing, market rate as well. And that was something that was really exciting and that was really trying to push the entire neighborhood forward. I realized that did fail. You're not able to find the right vendor to come in and build that market rate housing, just as Newport Re was not able to attract the right investment in this particular area for market rate housing in this particular moment. My concern is, however, that by giving the land over in very short order to temporary housing, that will affect the trajectory long-term of the neighborhood. And while the goal is incredibly important and noble, I want to make sure that a couple things are done as part of that. One, that operations are secured, that a great operator is found for the facility, that the duration of time that this will be a temporary facility is bracketed and understood so that the long-term trajectory of the neighborhood can come in, and also that the entire commitment is done at a community scale. That area around Garnett needs a lot of investment, and if there's going to be investment here, then it needs to be done holistically to take care of the entire area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
I want to start off with, I usually don't get up here to talk about gratitude, but I am so grateful today. I first want to say I'm grateful because you can't really take your health for granted. Over the last few weeks, I've been dealing with a health challenge with cardiovascular issues, and it hasn't allowed me to be in the streets as much as I would like, but it's put a lot of things in perspective around what really matters. And so I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my extended family of community organizers who have held me down, who sent flowers, who helped when I needed help, and provided a good word when I needed to hear a good word. And when I talk about how it's put things in perspective, it really brought life to the words that I always bring up here, which is Lucille Clifton. She talks about how something every day of her life has killed her, yet has failed. When I talk about gratitude, I'm grateful that the decision around what happens with the future of this public safety training facility is no longer in the hands of this body, that it is in the hands of the people. I'm grateful for all of the organizers that have knocked on doors, that have collected signatures, that have educated people, that have helped correct misinformation that has been propagated by some members of this body and some members of the administration. I am grateful. I am grateful that I'm with a community that understands that we invest best in public safety when we invest in our people. I am grateful for the organizers with Cop City who have wrapped their arms around the family of Johnny Holman, the 67-year-old deacon who was killed in the West End by Atlanta police. I am grateful that even though I have no pride in coming up here and saying, I told you so, I'm grateful that the truth is coming out, that Patrick Sheriff Labatt is operating a dangerous facility, and you have given him the keys to this facility as well to increase that danger throughout the city of Atlanta. But what I am grateful for is that the best form of public safety is democracy. Some of you all have stood in the way of this ballot referendum. You have stood in the way of the will of the people after hours and hours and hours of public comment. And at this point, this isn't about redeeming yourselves. I don't know if you can do that in the eyes of many. But what this is about doing the right thing, which is upholding democracy. You all no longer are allowed to make the decision. The only decision that you all can make is to follow the process. The only decision that you all can make is not follow the lead of our voter suppressor in chief, Brian Kemp. The only decision that you all can make is stand on the side of the 60,000 people, 80,000 people who have signed our petition and said, we want to decide. That's more people that voted for the mayor. That's more people that voted for many of you all. It's very clear Atlanta stands for democracy. We can't in one breath condemn Donald Trump and then in the next breath try and uphold the democratic process here at the local level. I understand when we hear the chants in the streets, Donald Trump, Andre Dickens, I can't tell a difference. I understand. And so at this point, it is not about redeeming you all self. Again, that ship has passed. But what it is do you all stand for democracy? And it would be nice if members of council would just raise their hand and say, I'm upholding democracy here today. I may not agree with the folks that signed the petition signature, but I agree with their right to have the ability to make a decision about the future of public safety in this city.
Time's expired. Thank you. Let me just go back one moment. It was Brother Stephen Muhammad. I know we have a couple of Brother Muhammads who sometimes speak. Is Brother Stephen Muhammad here? No. Okay, next will be Devin Franklin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Thank you, President Shipman. For the public who is not aware, my name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel with the Southern Center for Human Rights. About 2 weeks ago, I came to this body and extended an invitation to a number of all of you. And a week ago, at Public Safety Legal Administration, I again returned and extended an invitation to persons on that committee to attend a symposium event that was being held by my organization, the Southern Center for Human Rights, concerning the documented rise in police violence here in the city of Atlanta, as put forth by the city itself on its Justice Reform website. This weekend, we held the event, and before I get into everything that I have to say about it, I do want to add, Macy Thompson from the Astor Project spoke earlier about her organization's participation in the event, and she was not able to get one final quote out as it pertained to the mother of Jabril Robinson. She stated she asked Ms. Robinson if there was anything specific she'd like for Macy to share with you all today about her son, who again was shot as he was walking away from a police officer in the back. And she said, quote, "Please just tell them how much we love him and how much we miss him." Our event on Saturday focused a great deal on data and statistics and objective matters that you all could weigh as you all make legislation and decisions. But it also was centered on those things that can't be quantified in numbers or words. And that is the emotion and the lived trauma of persons who have lost family members to policing violence. The father of DeRavis Kane Rogers, spoke about how he initially received the call about his son at 11:45 and how every day when it's 11:45, how it's day one for him all over again. And so we can give you hashtags and names and tell you to remember Alexia Christian and Oscar Kane and so many others. But I don't know if you all truly feel the weight that comes with what is the result of poor policing policies. At this event, we extended invitations to many of you, Liliani Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Michael Julian Bond attended, and we thank you. President Shipman, yourself, and Mr. Westmoreland and Mr. Amos sent regrets, and I appreciate that. I understand that you all had other matters. You all were in Montreal, but I believe Mr. Amos was taking his son to college. And I'm sure some of you all had other things to do, but we did not receive any regrets. And so I did not want that to be the reason that you all did not receive that information that I believe will be so critical in actually addressing a really big problem here in the city of Atlanta. And so what this event was about, I will lean back into an African proverb that I know that Mr. Bond is so fond of using, and one that I am actually a fan of. And it is that until the lion learns to write, that the story will always glorify the hunter. It's another African proverb that states that the sheep is taught to fear the wolf, not knowing that the shepherd is the one who will eventually eat him. And I say these things to you because there is a source and a practice of misinformation that misleads the public into believing that policing needs to be expanded in the city of Atlanta when it is already so large. Some of the data that was presented on that day, and I'm just taking my time and read it to you because I still have 4 minutes, shows us that Atlanta has more police officers per capita than 89% of departments, more police funding per capita compared to 71% of police departments, that half of the arrests in the city of Atlanta are for low-level and nonviolent offenses. And when we talk about low-level nonviolent offenses as defined by these organizations that do that work, what we see is a pattern of policing that targets persons of color disparately in a manner that, as you all will know, leads to over-incarceration in our city's jails. So the over-policing problem in Atlanta and the jail overcrowding issue in Atlanta cannot be separated. And until we take sincere action based on this data, we will continue to have those same problems. Black Atlantans are 14.6 times more likely, and Latinx people are 3.5 times more likely to be arrested for low-level, non-violent offenses than a white person in the city. Black Atlanta residents make up 90% of overall arrests made by APD. 88% of the people killed by Atlanta Police Department are black. Atlanta has more racial disparities in deadly force than 83% of other departments. In terms of the use of force data shown on the dashboard, 85% of men who were the victim of police violence were black. 91% of the women who were victims of police violence were black. Of all black men, white women, of all use of force incidences in the city of Atlanta, 71% were of black men. And this is supposed to be the Black Mecca. We talked to citizens and invited them to participate, and a lot of this information came from them, right? And they spoke to us about information that they learned about the well-publicized, at this point, policing quota system in the city of Atlanta, and how per shift, officers have to get 8 points, and how you are more incentivized to get those points. Excuse me, thank you. That the officers are required to collect 8 points per shift, and that they are incentivized to seek felony arrest, or they get more points for arresting juveniles, which target children in the city of Atlanta, which is a really odd thing to say in Mayor Dickens' Year of the Youth. Would love for him to come out of his office right now and talk about that. He probably won't. We spoke about these patterns and practices that have harmed not all, like every Atlantan, but especially black Atlantans. We talked about the fact that out of every 10 police killings nationally, 3 of them are the result of traffic stops, which is an insane number. That for rolling a stop sign or driving on a suspended license, that you can be detained, stopped, and eventually killed. And it's not just a data point, because we heard just a week and a half ago, Deacon Holman was involved in a traffic accident, called police thinking that they would help him, and was tased to death by what is called less lethal uses of force. But it wasn't less lethal for him. He is dead today. And he's not coming back. I previously spoke to you all about the harms of the lease of your jail to Fulton County and Patrick Labatt, and told you all that until you address the systemic harms that led to overcrowding, that more people would die. A 19-year-old died in that jail because she didn't receive her information to come to court. They sent it to her apartment complex, and they forgot to put her damn apartment number on it, and she got rearrested, and she was denied care, and she died. A week ago, a few days ago, a man was arrested for shoplifting. He was being held on a $5,000 bond.
Time has expired.
He was being held on a $5,000 bond, and the public defender told the magistrate he has congestive heart failure and the jail does not have the abilities to take care of him. Still gave him the bond. You wanna know what he was shoplifting? Because the news act like they don't know. He was shoplifting Advil for his congestive heart failure. And that is what you all have allowed to happen because y'all wanted to play some damn games over a jail space.
Time has expired, Mr. Franklin.
I'm giving y'all information for about the 4th time that I've ever been up here. Please read it this time. Please use it this time.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Councilman Hillis, Public Safety President, use it.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Nate Bailey. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Afternoon, Council. Nate Bailey, President of Atlanta Professional Firefighters. Want to thank y'all for all the work y'all done, especially with this term of this administration. We have a lot of issues. We have a lot of challenges in the fire department. When we said this administration was going to have to rebuild our fire department, that was an exaggeration. We've made some investments in trucks. We made some investments in the stations. And we're going to have to continue to make investments. With all those issues, we still have one pressing issue that is above all others. And I'm going to need action from this administration this week. The administration is well aware of what that issue is. We discussed it today and we discussed it over the weekend. I'm here on behalf of the 600 members I represent to let you know that I have to have a set of meetings in place by close of business on Wednesday. If not, y'all will see me at Public Safety and Finance next week, and I'm going to come back to the next council meeting with a bunch of a bunch of my coworkers. Actually, most of them will probably be working overtime. So I'm going to bring their husbands and wives back to council in 2 weeks to express our concerns. This is easy for y'all because it's not an additional budget item, and I don't need you to write legislation. Before this day's over, I need you to go across the hall and say, the issue that you spoke to the firefighters about, we need you to handle it. And we'll help them solve it as we always do. You all know how much of an ally we can be. We work together with projects and legislation. We'll put in the labor, but we got to have the meetings and we got to start the process. To be clear, I'm not saying they have to solve it this week, but we got to have some meetings and we got to have a plan in place, or you're going to see me next week and the week after with a lot more people. And y'all know I don't want to do that. So please make the call today, walk across the hall, and just tell them to handle it. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Jody Williams. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, my apologies. Next will be Tyrone Clemens. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good day, everyone in the City Council. Thank you for your time. I'm Tyrone Clemens. I'm a resident of District 12, and I'm here coming to you to support the removal of parking minimums and the Beltline overlay. I'm a firm believer in designing cities for people. I'm originally from Detroit, Metro City. I understand what it's like to grow up in a car-centric city. But I also know the benefit of designing cities for humans and making humans a priority. I've been to different countries, I've been to different cities in America, and I've seen the both economic and health and just overall cultural benefits of people being able to work, live, and move within their neighborhoods. Parking is not a free commodity. Parking space requirements and surface lots increase residential costs. They increase development costs. They take up real estate that could be used towards housing, which we keep hearing is so desperately needed in the city. They create hate island effects, especially in my neighborhood, which is Pittsburgh. It's an unhealthy environment implication of having large surface lots that aren't necessarily needed but are arbitrarily regulated due to the past car incentives of different governments. So I think the only way for us to move forward as a city is to start designing with humans in mind. We need to make it a city that's equitable. We need it so that everyone in every neighborhood can get where they need to go. Cars should not be a paywall. Car ownership should not be a paywall to having a good life in Atlanta. I also recognize as a city we're not there yet. Obviously, there's trains that need to be built, buses, whatever it need to be built for people to be able to get where they need to go needs to be built. We're not there yet, so I understand that, but we do need to start taking steps towards that. Removing parking minimums is one thing, but we also need to have regulation to manage parking, especially in other neighborhoods where cars are a dependency, where people need their cars to go back and forth. They need to have spaces for their in their neighborhood where they are reserved for residents and managed properly. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And Tyrone, I want to say thank you for meeting with my office last week about this issue. And even though we didn't come to an agreement on it in regards to that, I appreciate you for talking through this fully with me.
Thank you for your time as well, Councilman Lewis. And like I said, I know we're not there yet as a city, but we can get there. But we also need to understand where we are, address those needs, while also looking forward to the future.
Thank you. Next will be Zachary Perry. I have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Zachary Perry. I'm an attorney with the City of Atlanta Public Defender's Office, though I am here in my personal capacity and not as a representative of my office. I'm here to ask for y'all's support for the Mayor's Rapid Housing Initiative for 184 Forsyth Street. I represent clients every single day at ACDC. Every day I start my morning by going 10 o'clock over and speaking to my clients who have court that day. And every single day as part of within the purview of our representation, which includes providing or getting them connected to mental health services, getting them connected to housing, drug treatment, addiction treatment, and employment, any number of things to help address underlying social issues beyond their criminal issues. Question I ask everybody is, where are you going tonight? And about half the people, or more than half of the people that I speak to, don't have a good answer for that question. The reason that's a very important question is that is the single most important thing that can lead to success in every other aspect of someone's life. Housing First has been proven to be successful, has been proven to support any kind of treatment, whether it be mental health, addiction, getting a better job, or moving forward in life and breaking the cycle of homelessness. I heard there was some discussion on speaking to the stakeholders of the community before moving forward. I speak to those stakeholders every day. I speak to the stakeholders who are most impacted by the lack of a place to go. I can tell you that having somewhere that I could call and say, hey, I got somebody that needs to bed tonight, and knowing that that answer is that there's a positive answer on the end of that phone call would change the nature of my representation, would change the nature of representation of any other criminal defense attorney and anyone else involved in public service or homeless services in the city. And so I ask for your support in the initiative.
Thank you. Brittany Whaley. Brittany Whaley. Okay. That concludes public comment. I want to thank everyone who came for their remarks to the council. Are you Rebecca Peters? Let's see. What's your name?
I was on the sheet with Royce Mann.
So, give me just a second. Oh, my apologies. Catherine Maddox, yes. You have up to 2 minutes.
I'm here to ensure that the record reflects that each time you have attempted to position yourself in opposition to the will of the people, the Stop Cop City Coalition is 10 steps ahead of you. Y'all want to cast your allegiance with a state that is systematically eradicating local control and lose another court case? Put my hand on the Bible, baby, and I'll sit back while we all find out that my chicken scratch signature on every petition is the same chicken scratch that's on my driver's license. And while you focus on that and whose friend or cousin gets the toilet bowl contract for a 100-acre urban warfare training facility, our coalition will be out there continuing to build out a vision for this city with the 99% of the community who aren't Nepo babies or products of wealth or connection, who understand that police foundations are a national pandemic, siphoning away public resources for private interest playgrounds. Police officers who have signed this petition understand that the Atlanta Police Foundation has as much to do with the Atlanta Police Department as chicken salad has to an actual salad. Yes, even the police are hip to the off-rail trains speeding nowhere good. And with or without them, Atlanta is now reviving the national demand of 2020, positioning ourselves to lead by example as we root out the singular problem with public safety across the board. Elected officials who cannot budget and who cannot plan and who do not care. After this referendum campaign, which is as good as one, I expect this will also be light work. See you at the ballot box.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to thank everybody who came from the public today to speak. Councilmember Bakhtiari, I didn't hear your name.
Oh, yes, really quickly, because Mr. Franklin didn't get an opportunity to say this while he was speaking. For those who didn't join us on Saturday, the Southern Center for Human Rights put on an incredible conference. And there will be a part 2 where they have asked if elected officials can come converse with members of the public to create a space to talk about things, to answer questions. I will be there whenever that part 2 takes place. I hope that others will join me. It's an opportunity for us to continue talking with the public. As you can see, like, we've asked people, I mean, the conference was amazing. I really do hope that folks join and give an opportunity for accessibility and to have a conversation around this topic in our community. So I just wanted to make that known.
Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. This is just regards to the conversation, the comments that we heard around 184 Forsyth Street. I just wanted, just as a point of clarification, recognizing that the legislation before us today is tied to that larger project. It is narrowly focused to essentially ratifying the executive order that the administration issued a couple weeks ago to receive those shipping containers from the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. As far as the location, it being 184 Forsyth, all those sorts of details, there will be or need to be additional legislation that clarifies the scope and the scale of the project. And so just want to put that out there because I know there's a lot of questions about what is going on, what's going to be happening on the site, and what, if I'm a community stakeholder, what does that mean for me, however you define stakeholder. And so the ask that I have had of this administration is for a public meeting with those stakeholders so that we can ask those, you can ask those questions directly. We're looking at the first 2 weeks of September and more to follow on when that will happen, but the legislation before us today is specific to ratifying the receipt of those shipping containers. But there's more to follow as far as the actual operational left and right limits and scope of what could actually happen, and that will be coming when we're ready. So I just wanted that to be clear, and I want y'all to know I have heard y'all's concerns, and I appreciate everyone who spoke to this issue, and we'll continue to work it.
Thank you. We'll now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. I, Vanessa Walden, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the August 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Atlanta City Council are true and correct.
If there are no changes or amendments to the minutes, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes passes. We'll now move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Communications, 23C 5090, a communication from Daniel Hampern, Chair of Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, Plane Train. Staff recommendation is to refer to Transportation Committee.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5091, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Dr. Michelle Schreiner to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This appointment is for the term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Zoning Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5102, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Reginald Roby to serve as a member of the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to City Utilities Committee and the Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5103, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Daphne Jackson to serve as a member of the In-Rim Review Board for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and the Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
I'd like to take items 5 through 14 as a block, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
23C 5092, a communication from Vanessa Walden submitting the report of the administrative correction made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of August 7th and August 21st to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-169 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. That legislation is 23O1367. 23C 5093, a communication from Catherine Evans, Administrative Analyst of the City of Atlanta's Tree Conservation Commission, notifying Municipal Clerk Vanessa Walden of the Commissioner's temporary appointment of Mr. Peyton Peterson in the Landscape Architect category per Atlanta City Code Section 158-62. 23C 5094, a communication by Catherine Evans, Administrative Analyst of the City of Atlanta's Tree Conservation Commission, notifying Municipal Clerk Walden of the Commission's temporary appointment of Ms. Susan Talbert in the environmental organization member category per the City Code Section 158-62. 23C 5095, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Todd Mitchell to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5096, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Stokely Weinberg to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5097, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Kimberly Scott to serve as a member of the Office of Building Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5098, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Jay McGinnity to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5099, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. John McCall to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5100, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Bonnie Dean to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23C 5101, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Ben Skidmore to serve as a member of the Office of Buildings Technical Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. All 10 items, sir. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let all the items follow that course.
That completes communications.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. We will next move to the consent agenda, section 1. It's found on page 5, beginning there in your materials. These are items that are for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt these items, but before we do, let me ask if there are any items for removal from the consent agenda. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remove item 23-0-1400. It should be item number 29 on page 11.
Item number 23-0-1400 will be removed. Any other items for removal? With the removal of the one item, I would entertain a motion to adopt section 1 of the consent agenda. Moved by Councilmember Wand. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the one item removed? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the one item removed.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Wand.
I withdraw my motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Councilmember Wand has withdrawn his motion to adopt the agenda. We have not completed the vote, so that is in order. Councilmember Farokhi, is there anything that you'd like to remove?
Yeah, apologies, everyone. I need to remove 23R 3960, which is on page 13 of the consent agenda.
So we will also remove 23-R-3960. So now I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 2 items removed. Councilmember Wand has moved the adoption. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 2 items removed? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the removals.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Boone, how would you like your vote reflected? Aye. Aye for Councilmember Boone.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1 carries. Councilmember Hillis.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move 23R 3845, item number 35 on page 20 to the mayor post haste.
There's a motion to move post haste. Is there a second on that item? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion? Sure. Councilmember Shook, would you like to add one for post haste?
Yes, thank you. That would be item 14, page 9, 23O1389. It's the Dell contract.
So there's a motion to move these two items post haste, one by Councilmember Hillis, one by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the motion to move these two items post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to move unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste these two items carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 2. It begins on page 35 of the materials. These are all items for first reading. The appropriate motion will be to refer. But before I entertain that motion, I will ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer the items in the consent agenda, Section 2.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Boone, I know you're having some technical issues. How you want your vote reflected? It's an aye for Councilmember Boone.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We will now move to the report of the standing committees. First up today will be the Transportation Committee, Chair Farokhi.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have two items today for the Transportation Committee report. The first is 23R 3863, a resolution by Council Members Andre L. Boone and Michael Julian Bond requesting the mayor or his designee to install no parking signs to restrict parking on the north side of Peyton Woods Trail Southwest from Cativo Drive to 180 west of Cativo Drive and for other purposes. The sponsors have requested this item be filed. Move to do so.
Is motion coming out of committee to file?
Correct.
Yes, so we won't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 23-R-3863? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file this item.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
And the second item is the one that was pulled off consent. It's 23R 3960, item 2 on page 13. This item came out of Transportation Committee favorable. It was dual referred to City Utilities where it received 3 yeas and 1 abstention. It reads in caption, an amended resolution by the City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB DOT contract number 2210-1230122 landfill transfer station with Georgia Waste Systems LLC, doing businesses waste management on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 5 years with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $1,755,350.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Again, this is favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3960. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
That concludes the committee's report.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec, Vice Chair Shook.
Thank you. We have 2 items. We're on page 44 in your printed hymnal. First item is 23-0-1396. And this is a council member donation paper. This comes forward favorably on the condition that we receive a substitute, which I have in my possession now. It adds an additional council donator and updates the amount. I will read the caption of the substitute. An ordinance by council members Westmoreland, Overstreet, Juan, Frokie, Winston, Boone, Hillis, and Bakhtiari, as substituted by Finance Exec and is substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $29,000 to the Communities Foundation for Greater Atlanta to support LGBTQ outreach and the Mayor's Youth Scholarship Program and for other purposes. So I'll move to bring the substitute before us.
It's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to bring forward the substitute on 23-0-1396. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Bring forth the substitute via unanimous consent. Any objection to bringing forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
Thank you. I will now move approval as substituted.
There's a motion by Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to adopt 23-0-1396. The substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item as substituted.
The vote is open. Closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the substitute carries.
Thank you. Item number 2 is 23-R-3877, a substitute resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the 6th amendment for the FC, the number of which is indicated here. This is for heating and air conditioning services with ARS Mechanical LLC to add additional funding for HVAC repairs at various facilities on behalf of Enterprise Assets Management and the Department of Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $1,060,000. All contracted work being charged to and paid from, etc. The condition was that we receive a list of the projects, which were emailed to all of us, and so I will move approval.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3877. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take items 1 through 5 as a block. There are 5 appointment communications with favorable recommendations from their respective committees.
Any objections? Please proceed.
23-C-5080, item 1, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Miss Angie Walton, Esquire, to serve as a procurement appeals hearing officer on behalf of the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 2, 23-C-5081, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Dr. Rayshanice Tate to serve as a member of the Chattahoochee Brick Company Memorial Green Space and Park Board. Item number 3, 23-C-5082, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Peggy Dobbins to serve as a member of the Chattahoochee Brick Company Memorial Green Space and Park Board. Item number 4, 23-C-5083, a communication from Councilmembers Andrea L. Boone appointing Ms. Jerry Sumlin to serve as a member of the Commission on Aging. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 5, 23-C-5084, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Nisha Simama to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the Historic Preservationist category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Mr. President, I move to adopt items number 1 through 5.
There's a motion to adopt these 5 items coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these 5 items? Given these are communications, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt these 5 items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 5 items carries.
23-R- thank you, and I'm reading forth item number 7. 23-R-3861, a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits to sunset the City of Atlanta Public Safety Commission created by action of the Atlanta City Council pursuant to Resolution 21-R-3441 and for other purposes. This was referred by Public Safety and the Legal Administration Committee, and it was found favorable in COC. And I move to adopt item number 7.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3861. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one announcement. The Committee on Council is initially going to host a work session this Thursday. That has been moved in lieu of Councilmember Jim Maddox's passing. His funeral is that day. So we will be holding a work session Thursday, August 31st at 10 a.m. and the Larry Dingle Committee Room, which is Committee Room 1, to discuss dividing the Community Development and Human Services Committee into smaller committees of greater focus and specificity. I can't say the word. There you go. So that concludes my report. Can't talk today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up will be Zoning Committee report. Chair Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. Let's turn our agendas to page 53 so we can do the zoning report. And President Shipman, I'd like to start with taking items 1 through 6 as a block. This is our second read of ordinances.
Any objection? Please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative item number 1, 23-0-1124, case number Z-23-26, location 2018 Flat Shoals Road Southeast. The ordinance is to zone the property to our 4 single-family residential zoning district. Number 2, 23-0-1200, case number Z-23-31, location 30 parcels in proximity to the Hamilton E. Holmes MARTA Transit Station. The ordinance is to rezone property zone C1C, Community Business District Conditional, C2, Commercial Service District, and C3, Commercial Residential District, to MRC3, Mixed Residential Commercial, to encourage the transit-oriented development and provide increased ridership and create a mixed-use, mixed-income development in proximity to the Hamilton E. Holmes MARTA Transit Station. Legislative item number 23-0-1203, it's number 3. The location is Briar Park. The ordinance is to create a new section 1628A.01064 to provide for comprehensive signage regulations for Briar Park. And number 4, 23-0-1242, zoning case number Z-23-20, location 879 White Street Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A HC20GBL, Single Family Residential West End Historic District, Beltline Overlay, to R5 HC20GBL, 2 Family Residential West End Historic District, Beltline Overlay. Number 5, 23-0-1220, 1320, case number Z-23-33, location 664 Robert Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 WPIZ Single Family Residential West Side Park Inclusionary Zoning Overlay to R4B WPIZ Single Family Residential West Park Inclusionary Zoning Overlay. Number 6, 23-0-1378, case number MRPA 23-01. Location is 2691 George Street Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a single-family dwelling. Items number 1 through 6 were favorable, so motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee items 1 through 6. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 6 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Thank you. We're on number 7. Legislative number 22-0-1791, case number U-21-25, location 375 14th Street Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for outdoor dining and at eating and drinking establishments. So, Mr. President, I move to amend to strike the name of the applicant from the caption and from section 1.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Given the nature of the amendment, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to take items 8 through 12 as a block.
You might want to move to adopt as amended.
Oh, I move to adopt as amended. I'm going to need my colleagues to stop it. How about that?
Very difficult being near the section
correct.
over here.
That's correct.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1791 as amended by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you. Now, Mr. President, if I can take items 8 through 12 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Item number 8, 23-0-1055, case number U-23-05, location 2836 Springdale Road. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a shelter pursuant. Number 9, 23-0-1164, case number U-2304. The location is 1374 Arkwright Place Southeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for outdoor dining at an eating and drinking establishment. Number 10, 23-0-1191, case number Z-23-30, location Lucky Street between Baker Street and Ivan Allen Jr. Boulevard. The ordinance is to provide an exemption for a tunnel crossing Lucky Street between Baker Street and Ivan Allen Jr. Boulevard, connecting buildings making up the Georgia Aquarium. Number 11, legislative item 23-0-1245, case number U-23-09. The location is 3760 Princeton Lakes Parkway Southwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a cell tower. Legislative item 12, 23-0-1321, case number U-23-11, location 3100 Northside Parkway Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a daycare center. Items 8 through 12 were favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt these 5 items coming out of committee as amended. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended these 5 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Okay, we're on item number 13, legislative number 23-0-1219, case number U-23-06, location 1989 College Avenue Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for an athletic field, pickleball courts. The committee recommends to file item number 13, so the motion is to file.
There's a motion to file 23-0-1219. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file this item.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to items for first read. I think we have like 8 of them. Items number 14 through 21. May I please take them as a block?
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Item number 14, 23-0-1424, case number Z-23-40, location 1000 Farrington Place Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5C 2-family residential commercial to R5C 2-family residential conditional for a change of conditions. And number 15, 23-0-1425, case number Z-23-41. Locations 1030, 1036, 1040 rear and 1060 Hollywood Road Northwest and 990 North Grand Avenue Northwest and Georgia Power, former Carline property. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 WPAHO Residential General Sector 3 West Side Park Affordable Housing Workforce Housing Overlay and RG3C WPAHO Residential General Sector 3 Conditional West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4A WPAHO Multifamily Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. Number 16, 23-0-1426, case number Z-23-42, location 1006, 1008, 1016, 1018 Hollywood Road Northwest, and 995 and 1028 North Grand Avenue Northwest, and 60 Mildred Place Northwest, and Georgia Power, former Carline property. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 WPAHO Residential General Sector 3 West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay and C1 WPAHO Community Business District West Side Park Affordable Housing Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4A WPAHO Multifamily Residential West Side Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. And number 17, 23-0-1427, Z-23-43. The locations are 960, also known as 963, 984, 988, 992, and 996 Cato Street Northwest, 985, 989, 993, and 1005 Gun Club Road Northwest, 2082, 2086, 2090, and 2094 Hollywood Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A WPAHO Single Family Residential Westside Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to MR4B WPAHO Multifamily Residential Westside Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. Legislative item 18, 23-0-1428, case number Z-23-44. Locations 1915 James Jackson Parkway and 2646 Peyton Road Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I-1C Light Industrial Conditional to R4 Single Family Residential to MR4B Multifamily Residential. 23-0-1429, case number Z-23-45. Location 1990 DeForest Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I-1 UPWO Light Industrial Upper West Side Overlay to MR4A UPWO Multifamily Residential Upper West Side Overlay. Number 20, 23-0-1430. Case number Z-23-46. Location 1036 Lenham Street Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5C, two-family residential conditional, to MR2, multifamily residential. Number 21, 23-0-1431. Case number Z-23-47. Location 71 Sheridan Drive, Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from RG2 Residential General Sector 2 to RG3 Residential General Sector 3. I move to refer items 14 through 21 to zoning and ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer these items to both ZRB and the Zoning Committee by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember, is that Juan? No, Shook? Who was that? Oh, Councilmember Hillis. Fooling me with your ventriloquist there.
Yeah.
Any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. Last item, we have legislative number 23-0-1432. This is legislative number 22. Case number MRPA 23-06. Location 4491 Sentinel Post Road Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a swimming pool. I move to refer item number 22 to Zoning Committee.
Motion to refer item 23-0-1432 to the Zoning Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer this item carries.
Thank you. That concludes the Zoning Committee.
Thank you. Next will be Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have two items of resolutions. They were favorable on condition. and are two interrelated settlements. I'm going to first read them in and then motion to go into executive session.
Okay.
First is 23R 3954, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the cases of Carl Gilmore versus City of Atlanta et al. Civil action file number listed pending in the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $99,999.99. Authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from fund account numbers listed, and authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Second item was 23R 3955, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the cases of Stacey Favors versus City of Atlanta, civil action file number listed, and Stacey Favors versus Camille et al., civil action file number listed, pending in the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $1,475,000.00. Authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from fund and account numbers listed, and authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. So those are the two items, and to discuss those, which is pending litigation, I'll make a motion to enter into executive session.
Motion by Councilmember Hillis to enter into executive session. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. We'll do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving into executive session to discuss these items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We now stand in executive session.
Thank you.
By Councilmember Shook to move back into regular session. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll move to, without objection, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to return to session.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carried.
Make a motion we adopt the previous sounded resolutions 23R 3954 and 23R 3955.
Say that again, sorry, Councilmember.
Make a motion we adopt the previously sounded resolutions 23R 3954 and 23R 3955.
There's a motion to move these, to adopt these two items. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open.
Madam Clerk, please reflect Waite says aye.
So noted. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these two items carries.
That will complete my report.
Just as we wrap up public safety, I'd like to call on the Law Department to expound on the executive session.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. In addition to the two matters which were just voted on from the Public Safety Committee report, the discussion in executive session concerned another matter of pending litigation that was on first read before the Public Safety Committee and has thus been referred back to the Public Safety Committee. The matter is Ronald Stanley versus Christopher Patterson, and that is 18 EV 001667 and the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia. It's pending litigation and was discussed in executive session as well.
Thank you.
That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up will be CDHS, Chair Dozier. I think, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Somehow we missed my intricate sticky note system has let me down today. Next up will be City Utilities Committee, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item today, colleagues. It is 23-R-3855, item number 1 on page 68. A resolution by the City Utilities Committee authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount of $60,532.27 and for other purposes. Colleague, there was a request to file this. It was a motion unanimously passed in City Utilities, so I will make a motion to file.
There's a motion to file 23-R-3855 coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Now, we'll move to CDHS. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. Colleagues, I have 5 items today. The first item is ordinance 23-0-1003. This is also zoning item Z-23-22. An ordinance by Council Members Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Andrea L. Boone, Keisha Shawn Waits and Marcy Collier Overstreet as amended by the Zoning Committee to amend Part 3 Code of Ordinances, Land Development Code Part 16, Zoning Chapter 36, Beltline Overlay and District Regulations, Section 1636.020, off-street parking and loading requirements, so as to require no minimum amount of parking and for other purposes. Colleagues, before we go into this item, just to give some context, I know there will be a substitute that some of my colleagues will be bringing forward. This item, along with the other two items that we have before us, item 23-01004 and 23-01005, are all companion papers related to making sure that the Beltline Overlay District is more amenable and more safe to pedestrians, to cyclists, to transit riders. This particular paper that we have before us right now is specifically removing the city's requirement for parking for commercial, for residential, and for other uses so as to incentivize more pedestrian-oriented, pedestrian-friendly design within the Beltline Overlay. These papers were designed to be narrowly focused for the Beltline Overlay because the Beltline has been, since its inception, considered a transit corridor. And at the end of the day, we're trying to save lives. I know that the Department of Transportation, this administration, through the Moving Atlanta Forward package, is working on everything from crosswalks to sidewalks to speed humps to rapid flashing beacons. And we're saying that we can support those efforts and support the City Council's adopted Vision Zero strategy that we adopted back in 2021 through our zoning tools. And so that's what all three of these papers are designed to do, but this first paper in particular is here to address the specific land use around parking. And so with that, I believe we have a substitute that is going to be brought forward.
So just to be clear, there's a motion coming out of committee to adopt this item.
Correct. The motion out of committee to adopt this item came out of both zoning and CDHS favorable.
So there's a motion on the floor to adopt 23-0-1003. Councilmember Hillis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Chairman, or Mr. President and Chairman Dozier. I, of course, support the spirit of this legislation and as well as the two others that Chairman Dozier brought up, and I am even a co-sponsor. But there were some issues that I found, that Chairman Wan found, that he can speak to. My issue was in particular with ghost kitchens, also referred to as commercial food preparation, delivery-based commercial kitchens, major issue in the Berkeley Park neighborhood. So this substitute will address that issue as well as a eating and drinking establishment issue that I'll let Chairman Wan speak to. But with that, I will make a motion to bring forth the substitute that has been sent out to everyone.
There's a motion by Councilmember Hillis to bring forth a substitute. There's a second by Councilmember Wan. I'm assuming that everybody does have that substitute. So is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Councilmember Lewis, do you want to speak to this? Or not on the motion to bring forth a substitute? Okay.
I do just want to, in case it wasn't spelled out in the substitute that was emailed, I do want to make clear, I believe Councilmember Wan is adding his name as a co-sponsor as part of that substitute. So I just wanted that to be reflected in the public record.
Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. Any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. We're now back to the motion to adopt as substituted. Councilmember Lewis, do you want to speak to that? Councilmember Lewis.
I will say that I brag a lot about my district having gold. The gold is the land. We have the dirt in the city of Atlanta over District 12 undeveloped. We have the belt line and spurs of the belt line that are touching my district. And what I've seen is every time that we've brought forth the developments with reduced parking or no parking, the historic communities say no. And so I like having that. The reason the NPUs got invented, the reason the neighborhood association got invented was to always add that extra layer. And so I enjoy having that extra layer, and we can do the one-offs. So if you want to come and create a building with 0 parking or with less parking, go to the community, get a yes out of the community, then develop it. I don't think that the city of Atlanta is there yet. When I say that, we thought trains were coming. 1 year ago, a lot of folks in the city of Atlanta thought that the high-speed rail, and not high-speed rail, that the light rail was coming to the city of Atlanta. It didn't come. And so when you're thinking about the Beltline portion that a lot of folks are thinking about, it's Metropolitan Parkway with the ghost kitchens on Sylvan Road. And so we're thinking about protecting our district, and I think we need to keep this power in the community. And I think this paper, I think in the future, I think the folks that see this, I think my district and districts on the south side that are around the Beltline will be negatively impacted because we still need cars. We still have cars. So thank you.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chair Dozier. As Chair Hillis mentioned, there were some concerns raised also from various communities about the impact this has on eating and drinking establishments, particularly as it impacts the process for alcohol license applications. So with that, we wanted a little more time to be able to address that in advance of any sort of ATAC 3 recommendation adoption. What that meant, though, was if there were any substantive changes today, we would have to go back through the MPU process and ZRB process. And so I appreciate Chair Dozier's willingness to let that happen so that we can continue vetting that. And in that spirit, I'm going to make a motion now that, we have brought the substitute forward, so I believe the correct motion now is I'd like to refer it back to Zoning Committee as well as the Zoning Review Board.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Hillis to refer 23-0-1003 as substituted to ZRB and zoning. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. So I am in support of this effort. I did have a very robust conversation with Councilmember Juan, Councilmember Hillis, and the law department, and we think that this is the best way forward for this legislation. At the end of the day, and one of the reasons why I'm thankful that Councilmember Juan was so charitable to add his name to the legislation is that even though we are referring this back to the Zoning Committee, this is not the end of this legislation. We're just going through the correct protocol to ensure that, especially with a change of this significance, that the community has an additional opportunity to weigh in on those changes. And so it will go back before the community. And it is my intent, and I hope my colleagues will join me in that intent, to ensure that this does become a matter of law. But we need a little bit more time to make sure that we do things the right way, the legal way, and I look forward to having your long-term support for this item. But I do support this particular motion.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Lewis.
And I support this referring it, but I want to make sure I bring this be specific. There's a development that's going on in District 12 right now by Oakland City train station. It's supposed to be 300 plus apartments, 100 parking spaces. I was sent a post on a private Facebook page in which they said, hey, where will people park? And in this post, they said, one of the folks that moved into the district, he said, hey, how about we cut the lock at that church? And so they're going to park at a church. And they said, hey, how about we park on Metropolitan Parkway? And I was just thinking about the city of Atlanta, and I'm always thinking about who's around me and how many people have cars in their driveways. And the city just haven't gotten there yet. And I'm speaking from as the person with a development in his district currently where they're building with less parking, and because the train didn't come, the light rail didn't come, now they're trying to get the city to build a spur to get them faster to the Oakland City train station. So I'll say that I want to caution us as we look at the no parking in the South and in Atlanta in the South. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
Council President Shipman, I need to correct a vote for the motion to bring forth the sub. That vote is 14 yeas, adding Mr. Dozier to that count.
I got it. 14 yeas, 0 nays was the unanimous vote to bring forth the substitute. We'll now vote on the motion to refer as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
All right. That, I believe, takes us to our next item, item 23-0-1004. This is associated with zoning item Z-23-23. An ordinance by council members Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Alex Juan, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Andrea L. Boone, Keisha Shawn Waits, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Michael Julian Bond, as amended by Zoning Committee to amend Part 3 Code of Ordinances, Land Development Code, Part 16, Zoning, Chapter 36, Beltline Overlay and District Regulations, Section 16-36.008, prohibited and prohibited uses and structures to prohibit the addition of new drive-through and drive-in facilities within the Beltline Overlay District and for other purposes. Colleagues, this was favorable as amended by Zoning Committee. It's also favorable out of Community Development Human Services Committee, and I move to adopt as amended.
The motion to adopt as amended 23-0-1004 coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, that takes us to item number 3. This is ordinance 23-0-1005. This is related to zoning item Z-23-24. An ordinance by council members Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Byron D. Amos, Alex Juan, Antonio Lewis, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Andrea L. Boone, Keisha Shawn Waits, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Michael Julian Bond, as amended by a zoning committee to amend Part 3 Code of Ordinances, Land Development Code, Part 16 Zoning, Chapter 36 Beltline Overlay and District Regulations, Section 16-36.008, permitted and prohibited uses and structures. And this one is to prohibit the addition of new service stations within the Beltline Overlay District and for other purposes. And colleagues, this was favorable as amended out of Zoning Committee and also favorable out of the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
There's a motion to adopt as amended 23-0-1005 coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item as amended.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
All right, that takes us to our next item, number 4, 23-0-1386. An ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis and Michael Julian Bond as substituted by the Community Development and Human Services Committee declaring certain real property located in land lots 226 and 227 of the 17th District, Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID 170227 LL0028 and 170226 LL0011 abandoned for use as a park by the public, authorizing the mayor or his designee to transfer the gun club park property from the Department of Parks and Recreation to the Department of Enterprise Asset Management and for other purposes. Colleagues, this was favorable on substitute out of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, and I move to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt 23-0-1386 as substituted coming out of committee. Is there any discussion of the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right, colleagues, our final item is ordinance 23-0-1400. This was the item that was earlier removed from the consent agenda. And this is an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston as substituted by the Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor and his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to amend the federal entitlement grant services agreement with CONRESNIC LLP to expand the scope of services of the federal entitlement grant services agreement to include all federal grants and grant support, to allocate additional funding to CONRESNIC LLP in a total amount not to exceed $2,413,000.00. Said funds to include American Rescue Plan Act, Home Investment Partner Fund, and Community Development Block Grant funds for the purposes of federal grant management and project management support. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And colleagues, we do have a substitute for this item that was sent to all of you. And so I move to bring forth the substitute for this item. And just to be clear, the caption does not change. The substitute corrects the project numbers contained in the account streams of the exhibits. And so, like I said, I would like to bring forth the substitute.
Councilmember Dozier has moved to bring forth the substitute on 23-0-1400, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, and I move to adopt item 23-0-1400 as substituted.
The motion to adopt by Councilmember Dozier, 23-0-1400 as substituted. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, motion to adopt carries.
All right, and Mr. President, before I yield, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues who voted in support of the legislative items related to the Atlanta Beltline Overlay District. At the end of the day, we're working to save lives. Having been a victim of traffic violence, having been hit by a car, having had to go to Grady, I know how important it is for the city to commit all tools in the toolbox to ensure that we can keep our streets safe for everyone. So I just thank you for joining me in this fight and continuing this fight as we move to make our city safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to personal papers, there are a few items that I know that colleagues want to take care of. Start with Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Colleagues, I apologize. We left something off of the COC agenda. If you could please turn to page 50 under the first item, item number 6 under ordinances for first reading. 23-0-1438, an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 62-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 27 precincts and polling places ordinance in Fulton County, precincts listed here within, due to facility name change and precinct location mergers and for other purposes. And I move to refer to COC. Motion to refer to Committee on Council.
Motion referred by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
Thank you. That concludes my business.
Thank you. Councilmember Faruqi.
I'd like to move to send post haste 23R 3865, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Aviation to enter into a First Amendment to Agreement RFP 122-01141, parking operations and management services related to services provided by SP Plus Red Bridge at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, to add certain language required by IRS Revenue Procedure 2017-13 and for other purposes. Again, I'd like to send this post haste to the mayor.
And just so, 23-R-3865, correct?
Correct.
Motion by Councilmember Farokhi. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. I think there may be a couple of other items we may link into move post haste. Let me go to Councilmember Lewis.
Yes. So 23-01404. I'd like to send it to the mayor post haste. An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to enter into a First Amendment to ground lease agreement with Georgia Film and Television Center, LLC, with respect to the lease of the certain city-owned property commonly known as the Lakewood Fairgrounds and located at 175 Lakewood Way, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, consisting of 30 acres to modify Article 12 and include a new Article 17 to the ground lease agreement, waiving Section 2-1547 of the Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinance, Article 10, and for other purposes.
Could you just repeat the number one more time so I have it? It's 23-0-
It is 2301404.
Thank you. So, and then Councilmember Juan.
And not wanting to be left out this party, 23-01405, this is the Beltline, the TAD paper, so 23-01405.
So the motion is to move these three items post haste to the mayor. Is moved by Councilmember Farokhi, second by, who seconded it? Councilmember Amos. So is there any discussion on the motion to move these three items post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving these three items post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move these three items post haste.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. Any other items before we move into personal papers? Okay. I don't believe there are any personal papers for immediate consideration today, so we will move to those for referral. We have had a recent birthday. Councilmember Juan, you get to go first today as a birthday gift.
Thank you, Council President. What a nice birthday present. Okay, I got three of them. Elms ID 33308. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to create the Series 2023 B1 non-AMT Airport General Revenue Bond Fund, Series 2023 B2 non-AMT Airport General Revenue Bond Fund, Series 2023 CAMT Airport General Revenue Bond Fund, and Series 2023 D non-AMT Airport General Passenger Facility Bond, and the Subordinate Lien General Revenue Bond Fund, and Series 2023 EAMT Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Bond Fund to amend the FY 2024 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount of $559,195,000 for the Airport General Revenue Bond Series 2023 B1, B2, C, D, E, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33308 will be referred to Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33317, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to pay all outstanding invoices to C.W. Matthews Contracting Company, Inc. for increased costs associated with the asphalt cement index adjustment under contract number listed, design build for Chester Bridge Road replacement bridge over South Fork Peachtree Creek on behalf of the Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $103,059.41. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33317 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And Elms ID 33329, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,500.00 from the District 6 carry forward account to the Piedmont Heights Civic Association, Inc. to assist with costs associated with the Beltline Sub-Area 6 Master Plan and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33329 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 33334, a resolution by Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari, Matt Westmoreland, Dozier, Juan, Amos, Winston, Faroki, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Collier Overstreet, Waits, and Bond. Yeah, I think I got them all. This is a resolution to formally accept the City of Atlanta's first neighborhood heat vulnerability assessment and for other purposes.
Items ID 33334 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 33264, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, an ordinance pursuant to Chapter 2, Article Division 4, Section 2-1292 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, the Procurement and Real Estate Code, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to amend the existing special agreement with Benevate, Inc. to increase the annual maximum payment to an amount not to exceed $158,000.00 and to expand the scope of work to include the City of Atlanta Section 8 Moderate Rehabilitation Grant Program and to allocate additional funding for the additional services in an amount not to exceed $30,000.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33264 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID number 33321, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, and an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance waiving Article Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances that authorize the mayor or his designee to execute contracts with sponsors, performers, artists, venue, and vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's hosting of the 2023 Senior Ball for the benefit of the public, to authorize the City of Atlanta to accept donations for the purpose of supporting the city's actions related to hosting the 2023 Senior Ball through December 31st, 2023, to authorize all costs to be paid from and all sponsorship revenue and donations to be deposited into the Civic and Cultural Event Trust Fund account listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33321 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 333322, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance requesting the mayor or his designee to install no parking signs to restrict parking on the north side of Peyton Woods Trail southwest from Cativo Drive to 180 west of Cativo Drive to Wave City Code Section 15092 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33322 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Elms ID number 33323. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Waits to amend Chapter 130 Solid Waste Management, Article 1 in General, Section 130-12 for enforcement, violations, and penalties to update the fine provisions for failure to maintain public or privately owned property and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33323 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, AMS ID number 33275. Ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta to transfer funds from the Department of Grants and Community Development General Fund account to the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Grant Fund account in an amount not to exceed $121,457.25 to satisfy costs previously believed to be disallowed costs from expired grant contracts with Community Advanced Practice Nurses, Central Outreach, and Nicholas Housing, all expenses to be paid from the account listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33275 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you, sir. AMS number 33326, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a project management agreement with Path Foundation Incorporated, DBA Path Foundation, for West Side 2 Trail Project, to execute any required agreements for project participation and implementation on behalf of the City Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $910,000.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33326 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 3 items today. The first is ELMS ID 33307, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston to amend Ordinance 22-0-1871, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on December 5th, 2022, and approved as per Charter Section 2-403 on December 13th, 2022, by deleting an incorrect function activity and replacing it with the correct function activity and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33307 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
The next is ELMS ID 33327, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance to ratify the imposition of certain non-ad valorem property assessments levied upon properties participating in the city's Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, the PACE assessments. Authorize the transmittal of information to the applicable tax commissioner for the billing and collection of PACE assessments. Direct the applicable tax commissioner to bill and collect the PACE assessments in the same manner and on the same day as assessments for solid waste charges and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 33327 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. And then lastly is ELMS ID 33335, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Third Amendment to agreement listed solar energy program with Cherry Street Capital LLC to include the Department of Aviation as an additional authorized user of services to add additional systems, facilities, and sites in an amount not to exceed $46,487,970.00, resulting in an overall contract amount not to exceed $164,646,188.00, subject to and expressly contingent upon the adoption and approval of fiscal year budgets for each year of the agreement, and to add language to the contract to reserve ownership of all renewable energy credit to the city. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33335 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. That concludes.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet. Okay, no, sure. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID number 3336, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor's or his designee to install traffic calming devices on our street, southwest from University Avenue to southwest Gardner Street, southwest, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 33336 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID number 33337, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Smith Street, southwest from University Avenue southwest to Rockwell Street southwest, and for other purposes. Thank you.
ELMS ID 33337 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilor Westmoreland.
ELMS 33333, an ordinance by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, and Alex Wan, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,000.00 to the Midtown High School Athletic Booster Club and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 33333 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
33331, ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the Post 2 at Large carry forward account to Horizons Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 33331 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
33330, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 from the Post 2 at Large carry forward account to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation and for other purposes.
Items ID 33330 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
33332, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $30,000 to support the Model Atlanta Regional Commission and for other purposes.
Items ID 33332 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
33320, a resolution by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the mayor pursuant to the City of Atlanta Charter Article 1, Section 1-102C7 on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept beverage product manufactured by or on behalf of the Coca-Cola Company or its independent bottlers from the Coca-Cola Company at no cost to the city for a term not to exceed 10 years, and authorizing the mayor to enter into any necessary agreements for the donated beverages and for other purposes.
Items ID 33320 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President. Items ID 33316, an ordinance by Councilmember Mayor Faroki authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to pay all outstanding invoices to our Acadia BPA, a joint venture for work completed under task order number 1 through 2 of FC-7383A, contract for architectural engineering and design services on behalf of the Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed and to be determined sum. All contractor work to be charged to and paid from various fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 33316 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item is Elms ID number 33250, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services WorkSource Atlanta office to accept the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Youth Program Grant in the amount of $840,732.00 from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY24 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $840,732.00 and for other purposes.
Items ID 33250 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Our next item is Elms ID number 33325, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the City of Atlanta to acquire certain real property located at 405 Cooper Street Southwest and Land Lot 76 of the 14th District of Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID 14007600041434 from the Atlanta Independent School System in exchange for the transfer of certain city-owned real property located at 70 Boulevard Northeast and Land Lot 46 of the 14th District of Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID 14004600110772, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the exchange and for other purposes.
Items ID 33325 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
The next item is Elms ID number 33324, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 5, Section 10-226, to clarify the operational rules for sports coliseums to be consistent with the operational rules for private functions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33324 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Then my last item is Elms ID number 33328, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Epworth Street Southwest from Hamilton Road Southwest to Avon Avenue Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33328 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Mr. President, first item is Elms ID 33318, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Housing Authority of the City of Milledgeville, Georgia to issue revenue bonds or notes for the purpose of financing a portion of the cost of the construction and equipping of a multifamily housing facility known as Entrada West Side located in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. for the benefit of VG DLH Development LP and for other purposes.
Items ID 33318 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next item is Elms ID 33253, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis and Matt Westmoreland authorizing the chief financial officer to accept proceeds from the Northwest Atlanta Perry Bolton Tax Allocation District Fund on the behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management and to anticipate and appropriate the Northwest Atlanta Perry Bolton Tax Allocation District proceeds in the amount of $938,681.45 into the Department of Enterprise Asset Management. Fund number listed for expenses related to the construction of Fire Station 22 and for other purposes.
Items ID 33253 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33266, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis and Byron D. Amos, authorizing the reemployment of the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department retiree Roderick M. Smith as chief for an annual salary not to exceed $230,000.00 pursuant to Section 3-505B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 33266 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 33315, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis, Byron Amos, and Mary Norwood, authorizing the mayor his designee to issue task order number listed for contract number listed job order contracting services with P2K and Lefco JV for Howell Mill Road Complete Street Project on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed blank dollars and 0 cents. All work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes.
Items ID 33315 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, Council President. Elms ID number 33241, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and Andrea L. Boone, an ordinance for the purpose of funding and authorizing the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta, to create and capitalize an economic opportunity fund, food access EOF, food access grant program to incentivize job creation, encourage investment, and provide tools to spur development in areas lacking access to quality groceries and fresh food within the city pursuant to that intergovernmental agreement for the economic development services between the City of Atlanta and Invest Atlanta to reallocate and capitalize $1,525,000 to the EOF Fund Access Grant Program from the past EOF grants to waive conflicting ordinances for that instance only and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33241 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 33319, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the Atlanta Housing Authority of the City of Milledgeville, Georgia, to issue revenue bonds or notes for the purpose of financing a portion of the cost of the construction and equipping of multifamily housing facilities known as Briar Park Apartments located in the city of Atlanta, Georgia, for the benefit of the Atlanta Leased Housing Associate 2 LLLP and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33319 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And this is one that's probably not listed there. It's Elms ID number 33339. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to retroactively extend the due date by which the Procurement Reform Task Force shall provide written recommendations pursuant to Resolution 22-R-3712 until June 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33339 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the papers for referral. We'll get to enjoy one more week of 4 3s and 3 3s in all of our papers. We'll now move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite everyone to attend the street renaming ceremony tomorrow. Join Councilmember Liliana Batiera, Councilmember Waits, Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Amir Faroki at the street renaming celebration tomorrow, 21 Bell Street to Leonard Tate Street. Please attend. Those that aren't able to stay for the program, please come out and briefly take a photo with the family who is so gracious and has requested our presence tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the Leonard Tate Street renaming ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, two quick announcements. Tonight, we will continue our Mothers Against Gang Violence family engagement, in which we have every single Monday at Roselle Fan. Tonight at 6 p.m., the topics were, today's topics are 5 helpful facts about your feelings, and we hope to see you all tonight. One more thing, on Friday at Roselle Fan, we will continue the new food giveaway, in which we're doing with Choices Food Pantry. Last week, we were able to help over 800 families. This week, our goal is to get to 1,000. And so every other week from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. or until it runs out, we will close down one lane of the traffic on Cleveland Avenue. We'll give away every box that we have. The only issue we have right now is we need more volunteers. We need more volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Mr. President, of course, our work anniversaries, we have our very own parliamentarian, Dennis Conway, 1-year anniversary, and then, of course, Miss Evelyn Scott, Assistant Deputy Municipal Clerk, 12 years work anniversary. So happy anniversary to them. And then one big announcement, this Wednesday, August the 23rd, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Hunter Hill First Baptist Church. My office have finally been able to get the representatives of CSX Railroad and the Hunter Hills community together. So that meeting will take place this Wednesday, August the 23rd, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Hunter Hills First Baptist Church.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. I did want to announce for members of the District 4 family, it's that time again. We're coming up on our quarterly town hall timing. We're doing something a little bit different this time around. My team is calling it Dozier Day Weekend, but we're doing an event every day. Thursday, we're kicking off with our next town hall. I'm actually pleased to announce that we are being graciously hosted by our partners at the Georgia Aquarium. So we'll have a fancy town hall, and it'll be open to the public. More details about that will be in your inbox if you subscribe to our newsletter. However, we're also having an event that Friday, that Saturday, and that Sunday. So please sign up, and we'll love to see you out there. But we're doing it big this time. Hope to see the public out there.
Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to let everyone aware of a couple of big events happening in District 1 this weekend. We've got the annual Summer Shade Festival that'll be happening in Grant Park this Saturday and Sunday. And then on Saturday, we've got the MEAC versus SWAC Challenge football game that's happening in Summerhill at the Center Park Stadium. We will have Jackson State versus South Carolina State. Come out to Summerhill. There'll be a lot of free fun family events going on in Summerhill all Saturday, so come out there. And then lastly, I want to thank everyone who helped make MPUY Unity Day happen in the Lakewood community. It was good to see my colleague, Councilmember Antonio Lewis, there yesterday, and just want to congratulate everyone from MPUY on a great event. Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm sorry. You get in trouble when you start acknowledging people, but I have been informed that I missed someone. Our very own municipal clerk, well, I should have put interim in front of that, but too late. Vanessa Walden's birthday was actually August 19th. So I want to say happy birthday to our municipal clerk, interim municipal clerk.
Let me add one on a sad note, and I apologize I didn't do it earlier. Dr. Sheila Shintel, who many of you know was a very renowned economist who had worked for many years, starting in 1984 at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, was a visiting professor of economics at Emory, was a member of the Rotary Club of Atlanta. She recently passed away, and we will be celebrating her life on Sunday. She's a longtime resident of Sherwood Forest neighborhood. So I want to acknowledge her and all her contributions to Atlanta. And on a much happier note, 9 years ago today, my daughter was born, so a very happy birthday to Mara Shipman, who is not watching at the moment. But with that, I will ask the clerk to make the closing roll call. Oh, one more. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Overstreet, I had you written right here. My apologies. Councilmember Overstreet, before we do that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so a couple things. I did want to remind everyone that about all of the Jim Maddox services that we're having. He'll be lying in state. Public viewing will be Wednesday, August 23rd at the Martin Luther King Jr. International Chapel on Morehouse campus. Family visitations starts at 5 to 7 at Murray Brothers on also Wednesday, the 23rd. And that's 1199 Utoy Springs Drive Southwest. And the celebration of service happens on Thursday, August 24th, 11 a.m. West Hunter Street Baptist Church, 1040 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard Southwest. And I just wanted to make sure you all knew that. We're going to actually post this on our social media as well. Okay. My bad. So I also have another announcement of what's happening tomorrow in District 11. Right after I leave the Leonard Tate ribbon cutting, I want you guys to come on over to the Cascade Point because we will be celebrating all of the new businesses there, starting with More Life Smoothies, Smoothie Bar, The Stretch Theory, and our new ice cream shop. And we're doing a ribbon cutting there, and that's at the point at Cascade. That's where Benjamin E. Mays meets up with Cascade Road, and we will start that at noon tomorrow. Please join us. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I wanted to do one last thing and say thank you to APD and Atlanta Public School Police Department for the changes at Lakewood Stadium. This week, we know that the last game of the year, even though it was the playoffs, it was a big fight on the field and in the parking lot. The first game of the year this year, big fight in the field, in the stands, and in the parking lot. They made some changes, and these changes, I think, are going to be followed statewide because if you look at Gwinnett County, look at Jones County, look around, the same fights have been happening at their football stadiums. I think y'all about to lead the way with that game time change, and I appreciate you for doing that. District 12 appreciates you. Thank you.
Any other items? Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please sound the ending roll call.
Council President, I have one public notice I'd like to read.
Feel free, go ahead.
Thank you. This public notice has also been published in circulating magazines and AJC, The Champion, and also Fulton County Report. The Atlanta Board of Education general election will be held on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023, and if necessary, a runoff election will be held on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, to fill the Atlanta Public School Board seats 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 at large. Polls will open between the hours of 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. Candidates interested in qualifying to seek office shall do so beginning this Wednesday, August 23rd, 2023, Thursday, August 24th, and Friday, August 25th, 2023, between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Office of Municipal Clerk, Atlanta City Hall, 2nd floor, Suite 2700. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please sound the ending roll call.
Adjourning roll call is Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Bond, Westmoreland, Waits, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, and Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you all very much.